Okay, this is the special meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission sitting as a community redevelopment agency. Today is Thursday, August 19th. It is 4:30. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mayor, can you start us off with the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, and if everybody could just take a minute to take a look at their cell phones, make sure they're on silent, vibrate, or turned off. And first item is approved minutes from the July 22nd, 21st meeting. Commissioners, any comments? Typographical, no red lines? No red lines? Wow.
I'll make a motion that we approve those minutes.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion and a second. I'll open up to public comment. Any public comment on minutes from the July 22nd, 21st meeting? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, next item, we have approval for First Friday Event Management Agreement. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have in front of you an agreement that was drafted jointly between, well, he did most of the drafting, Drew, and I just kind of shared with him the conversations we had with our vendor, Vern, and I think it's all in order. If you have any comments, we're certainly open to those, but he is here, and I believe he's reviewed the document and may have a few comments to make in the fact that we are all kind of sitting here wearing masks, you know, and we're going to receive a report from the public health people later on this evening. We may need to debate the start time. The agreement, though, is very flexible in that the term of the agreement doesn't start until the first event is held. So that gives us flexibility. And so with that, that's all the comments I have, unless you have any additional questions. It may be good to hear from Vern.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yeah, the only, and I mentioned this to William yesterday. Sorry. The only comment I had is that it's a little unclear as to there being two not-for-profit tables, gratis tables, and two free speech tables, which is what we had agreed to.
What item were you on?
I'm sorry, Article Part 9.
9, okay.
So if we can clarify that.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that concept, but we have two free speech tables and two not-for-profit tables.
And then I have a bunch of editorial. This one I did redline a lot.
I see that.
So I'll just give that to Penny. It doesn't change the meaning of anything.
It's very red.
It's very red.
And City Manager, so you're okay with those changes? And
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, Mayor, any other call outs on the agreement?
Drew's scribbling.
Yeah, let's cover the agreement first, and then we'll get to timelines. Everything looks good on the agreement?
Yeah, Drew's coming up with language, so
Okay.
at least that's what I think he's doing.
That's absolutely what he's doing.
Drew, while you're working on that, Vern, is there anything you'd like to share with us concerning the agreement? You can come up. If you can, just name organization.
Yeah, Vern Shank, Surf 97.3 FM, Flagler Beach Radio, and Flagler Beach Citizen. I think everything really looks pretty good, and I do agree with line item 9. It's just a little sort of slightly unclear on that one little 9, but we can break that out in any way you see fit. This was a great draft, great put together by Drew and city management and you guys. So some of this stuff was actually on my original, some of it, was in the original stuff when I was handing it, my agreement over, that everyone got a copy at the last meeting. So I was glad to see, in better writing than I can do, but, more legal-like. But it was very well put together, and almost everything in here, I didn't see anything that was different than what I had kind of projected or thought about. So I'm in full agreement of this, and I'd spoken to Mr. Whitson there for a few moments prior, just to let him know that I think it was well drafted and looks good. I didn't get to officially send an email back to, say yes, absolutely, but I'm verbally saying it here. So I'm very good with this agreement. I think it's fair on everyone's part. I think you guys are being fair. City needs to cover what they need to cover, and we'll do the rest.
Commissioners, Mayor, any questions for Vern concerning the agreement?
No, I'm just looking forward to our first Friday.
Yeah, well, Drew, would we approve this and then discuss when we think the first one?
Yeah, that's why I drafted it the way that I did, with that flexibility on when the agreement begins, but the term extends 12 months from that first Friday,
Right.
to leave you guys the discretion of saying, when is that first Friday going to be, without harming the vendor on the other end by having his contract get shorter and shorter and shorter before he's gotten to do anything.
Oh, yeah, no, that was a good way
That's
of
exactly, that's the
handling.
reason why I structured it the way that I did.
That
And when you're
was-
ready, I have proposed language for you on
Okay.
free speech tables. So what I would suggest doing is adding a new paragraph 10, squeezing in between 9 and existing 10, a new 10, that follows the same language as I used for the gratis tables, but instead of for the nonprofit charitable organization, it would be up to 2 tables for any other organization, up to 2 tables for any other non-vendor individual, group, or organization. Because
Okay.
that's really what those are, and I may refer to them in the parenthetical as free speech tables, but it is an opportunity for somebody who's not a vendor and maybe not a charitable organization, which I think is the reason for those, is I may not be a 501c3, but I want to come and have an opportunity to put my information out there so people can see it. And I think that would accomplish that goal. And then just track the language of the first come, first served that I used in 9 for the gratis tables.
And just to be clear, Vern has a responsibility handling all of that. It's basically what he keeps track of that and what he decides.
Yeah, we'll have a
Emily, that work for you?
spreadsheet.
Yes, it does.
We'll have like a spreadsheet of the breakdown of, the regular businesses versus the non-for-profits, and as well as the freedom of speech. I do have something to bring up about that, but I don't know if this is the right time or not. I was looking for either some kind of language, either it may not have to be in this because this is our agreement, but that I'm asking for advice, actually, maybe Drew or commissions. If, obviously we're okay, with the freedom of speech thing, that we can't obviously stop that in any way, shape, or form. However, there should be some rules, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I even think the governor brought up some kind of law or something that if, I don't know the proper terminology, but if things get out of hand, we have the right to escort them off. And the reason why is, back in the day, we were set up out here, our station on the side, and there was like bullhorns and people doing all kinds of crazy things. So if they maintain themselves like we hope they should, but I would ask for a little assistance, because I don't know if skinny little 135-pound me is going to go up just by myself and say, I'm sorry, we warned you, you agreed upon it, and we would write up something for those particular groups, and then if a determination is found that they're screaming and hollering, disrupting or whatnot, like it has, the only reason why I bring this up is it's happened in the past, and then at our discretion, we can have a little backup or a little something set up, and then I can even carry their agreement with me, and I say, you see here between line item 9 and 10 that or whatever, I'm just saying, you said and you signed that you're not going to cause any disruption and or be asked to leave, or warning number one, or warning. So I'm just looking at that because we don't need any of that during the return of a fun, family-friendly First Friday. If it's completely, they're being absolutely fine and not a problem, they're just expressing, then that's okay. But we all know it can get a little crazy. So I'm just looking for some advice or direction with that.
There's a couple of ways we can go with that jointly, really. And Mr. Whitson had already kind of raised some of that question, not that specific one, but what do we do if it's somebody who's doesn't have a table at the event? And I think, we've talked a lot about the First Amendment rights and public fora, and then parks are the, ideal public fora, as in the court's mind, that's traditional public forum. But when we are having a specific event, I think our ability to control what's happening within the event gets greater. So we aren't quite as hindered there as when the park is just an open park space. We're very restricted on how we can control that. When we have an active event going on, I think law enforcement has a little bit more ability to control. I think you as a commission do, and as Mr. Whitson was whispering to me over here, maybe it is worthwhile to consider some rules, and I think that's a great idea, and that way you can give your law enforcement direction. But the other side of that, since I think Vern is referring more to what if it's the vendors or the table participants that are getting out of hand, I can work with Vern and Mr. Whitson, and we can put together some language that you can put into your agreement with the vendors, and not just the speech vendors or gratis vendors, but all of the vendors, because it could be anybody doing anything who just creates a disturbance. And yes, I completely see why you'd want the ability to say, look, you've lost your right to be a vendor today.
Yeah. See, that's the backup, that it wouldn't be just like we're coming to them for the first time and saying, hey, you can't do that. And they're like, what do you mean I can't do that? Show me what I can and cannot say. But if we had it and they signed it.
We can do an agreement that you can have with everybody that you sign up. And then that way, if they cause that disturbance, say, remember signing this? And it says right here, if you cause a disturbance, then we can ask you to leave for the day. And I think we've done that actually with some farmers markets. So I may be able to just pull some language without even having to craft something new.
Could we also put some language in that the chief can be my personal bodyguard? Oh, Audie, yeah. Both of you. No, I'm just kidding.
So we'll go and draft a standard table agreement.
Well, we don't have to approve that, right? That's
Right.
That's
just.
right. We'll work that out. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Vern, any other questions about the agreement?
Not about the agreement, just the timing, whenever
Okay.
that comes the right time to discuss.
Commissioners and Mayor, are we done with the agreement? Everybody's good with it?
Yep.
All right. Timing.
Well, we have to vote on this.
Well, we were going to put timing as part of it, the agreement.
Oh, I thought that was a separate vote. No?
Well, timing isn't even an agenda item.
Yeah, the
So I was
timing's
just
not part of the
incorporating
agreement, so you don't have to resolve timing to vote on the agreement.
You don't have to resolve that, but I think Vern has some thoughts on that. And so if you want to hear from him, maybe that would be the way to go.
What are your thoughts, Vern?
Yeah, a number of us are kind of in agreement of it, and just because of there's some of our folks that would have been coming out that were all ready to go. Aldi is our advertising and sponsor rep back there, and he took the lead on it, and we got enough to cover it at this point. It's a little shaky because a few that we're going to do want to drop out. That's not even the only reason. The main reason is just with the way things are kind of going. I personally know several people that have got this crazy variant thing, and I'm not saying it would be a liability for any of us, but it may be a little bit if somebody hypothetical, comes back and says, I came out the first Friday and my whole family, got it or whatever. So with this trying times of the second wave going back around with this variant, we were going to propose to maybe hold off a little bit. We were all set and ready to start it at the right time when we had agreed, but a lot's happened in 4 weeks. And friends, and I have some family members myself. Some of my staff are older folks, and they're, great strong-willed guys. They like to go out, guys and gals that like to go out and, and would do this. But a few of them aren't even coming into the radio station. They're doing it remotely, which means they're at home. They can dial into our radio station, and it sounds like they're there, but they're really not at the station, and that's because of their fear of this. So my manpower's down. The possibility of a couple thousand, 2,000, 1,000 people in one spot. Somebody says something. And number three, I personally know of several people, friends, family, loved ones that are on the other side of getting this. So just food for thought. A little delay goes a long way, I think.
How much time do you need to make it work? Like, could we do this month by month, or would that not give you enough time?
I think we could. Like it wouldn't have to be like, hey, we're only going to have it like January or something like that. Like because things could, you never know, hopefully, things flip on a dime and get better for us here, for all of us. And we won't have to wear these things again. But right now, you don't quite know how it's going to happen. People are starting to respond. I mean, when you see things such as down South Florida, 4 officers within the 11th and the 16th, pass away. That's scary, and even first responders and other things. And we don't need, anything to transpire. So, yeah.
Chicago had Lollapalooza.
Yeah, Lollapalooza.
And a lot of people got sick.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm, just on a personal level, I'm dating a girl, and she's a doctor. She has her own medical practice up in Jacksonville, and she's treating children, and she's really upset. She talks to me each night. So I'm on a personal level of knowing, the things that are happening out there. It's just a little scary, I'll sum up, and a little scary at this moment for me, my staff, and maybe some of all of us, maybe.
Vern and I have been talking, and maybe I could articulate it this way. If we could maybe say December as the outside date, with kind of conversations happening on a month-to-month basis, and then if we see the coast clear, maybe a 30-day notice before we kick off. Maybe that's the way to handle it. I don't know. I'm open to input, but that was kind of what we were discussing.
Yeah, the other thing is, just say if we did kind of, December, that's always a fun one because that's when we get the schools, kids for the entertainment. Might be a nice, and Christmas is around the corner. If we kind of put that out there, but it can be on a month. If it's sooner, great. But it might be a nice little kickoff when all the schools are doing the music. It's really great attended. All the families come out, and that's one of our more lively, fun First Fridays, the December ones, and also Christmas. And it's a nice, celebration that we can bring this back again during a celebratory month, I should say, December. To celebrate the month of December. So that's where we kind of were discussing.
So we could do that if with your approval, and obviously stay in touch and give a 30-day notice. Let's just say the coast gets cleared up by November. Okay, well, we would know probably 30 days ahead of that date. So that's the thought.
And would we be married to doing it in December? Let's say, I know the last year it was worse in the winter.
Yeah, I mean, if it looks like we're just not going to be in a good situation, he's speaking with a doctor, we're talking to the health department, I mean, we will bring you that information.
Okay.
All right.
And Ed, I'm sorry, it
Go
made
ahead.
me think of something else. For the League of Cities, we received a whole long detailed letter about safety and what we should be doing and what they have done as an organization, what the hotel had done as an institution to make it as safe as possible. And I received notice from the 2 women's groups that I belong to that perhaps we ought to write up something like that. You can come to our meetings, but we're going to ask that you please wear a mask. If you haven't been vaccinated, we would suggest that you do, whatever the right words are without sounding like you have to. But it kind of takes away the liability. You know, if we have done all these things to make it as safe as we can. If you come and you get sick, we're not liable. And I've seen examples of that, and Drew, you look like you're not too happy with it.
No, I don't have a problem with it. I'm happy to put something together. If it's not that I don't think it makes an impact one way or the other on actual liability, but if you think it will help, by all means, I don't have a problem with it.
Well, it's just something you have in your hand. Are you okay with something like that?
It's kind of like the same reasoning of like why for the vendors or political, whatever, that we have some kind of coverage, that we have, you know, is it 100% foolproof? No, but at least we got something to say, hey, you can't, you got to leave or something like that in her case, or, you know, just some kind of protectionary thing. And at least it's something that may thwart off a few people going like, oh, yeah, you're right. I did see those things and you did follow those protocols. So, yeah.
Okay, we're getting off track here. Let's talk about timelines. Mayor and Commissioners, December's been proposed. What are your thoughts on timelines? For, against, another month? What are the thoughts?
My original thought is, do we need to push it back all the way to December? Can we have a tentative timeline sooner in September? The booster shots should be out. I know it's going out to first responders. We don't know how fast those will be rolled out to the general public. And also, you know, similar to when we had our applying for different event permits, we reviewed it every 30 days. Is that something we could do instead of going with a kickoff in December?
Yeah, and that's kind of like, I believe what, you know, Mr. Whitman was saying, that if we said like long shot out December, but at any given moment, it could trigger if we're all noticing, you know, a positive change, we could totally launch it in September if it comes around.
No, not September,
I'm sorry.
like saying like October.
Yeah, October, November, yeah.
Well, which month? So October is what you're proposing? Okay.
Yeah, in other words, you know, the sooner the better to bring this back. It's just that, you know, if you're looking outward and you're looking at some more maximum length, you know, you could extend it December, and then if it's still, God forbid, something's going wrong, January or whatever, but that would be like full-on launch unless we can pull it off earlier, and we would.
Commissioner Valheimer?
Can we say something to the effect that, you know, a date to be determined and agreed to by both parties?
The agreement already contemplates a flexible start date, so this conversation really doesn't impact the agreement. We don't have to put that in the agreement. I think this is more of a practical, is once the agreement is signed, when are we going to shoot to start? But I don't need that detail ironed out for purposes of this agreement.
I think we leave it up to the two parties, the city manager and Vern. Just let and the, you know, public safety officials, once they feel things are a bit better, then they can bring it back to us and let us know that they're ready to go.
Yeah, Mr. Witz and I have a good line of communication anyway, and we've discussed, you know, about this moment here, talking about this. So, I mean, I would be good with something like that.
Why don't we just give the city manager the authority to just pull the trigger when the time comes that they agree to?
Yeah, in concordance with, if, you know, my guys are cool with that, able to do that and come back, and then we'll discuss that, and he more or less could have the final say, I guess.
And you could even add to that thought, I don't think you need to make it a formal motion even, but you could add to that thought, as I'm sure he would do, the city manager will continue to update you and communicate with the commission.
What's going to happen?
Yeah. Right.
You know, we can be as hopeful as we want to be, but like I said, I do remember that the winter was the worst time. You would think it would be the other way around, but this is a weird thing that we're dealing with. So to even try and put a timeline, I don't think we can do it, but it's not going to be real. So I'd be just as pleased with whenever you think it works.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that if you guys are.
Mr. Bryan?
And again, keep in mind, the sooner the better is my book. It's just the safer, the sooner, the better.
Mr. Bryan?
I'm okay with leaving it up to the two individuals because I think if we try to pick a date, then the public is trying to, you get the feedback that contractor is monitoring the situation and will make a determination that when it's safe. And that's where I'd be. Pretty much saying the same thing you guys are saying.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me too. I mean, obviously, I'm really disappointed we're not doing this on September 1st, but safety is the utmost. So with the two of you working and keeping us in communication, that's fine.
So would this be, city manager, would this be something that you would just update us on regular commission meetings?
Yes, sir, I can do it, any forum that we have. We have several coming, so we'll certainly keep an eye on it, and he and I will stay in touch, and we'll let you know as soon as we know.
Okay.
For everybody's benefit, we really need to rely on the public safety officials like we have throughout this entire COVID situation, so.
Take that
I
into
think
the
we just
factors, yeah.
Let William give Vern the go-ahead when the time comes, and then he'll keep us informed as what he's done, that they're ready to go. Vern needs a certain amount of time to gear up, and depending on what band he may have lined up or available on any particular time, so that's going to be a part of the equation as well, so.
Right.
Okay.
You know, give or take 30 days, we would be able to piece it together.
And that's plenty enough notice for us, 30 days, my goodness.
Okay, do we have a consensus on city manager's going to hold the reins on this and keep us informed?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's get a vote on, we're back to the agreement, so,
Make a
Is there a
motion
motion?
that we approve the First Friday Event Management Agreement as amended.
Second.
okay, I'll open
I
this,
surprised you.
I'll open this up, public comment. Vern, if you could take a seat, any members of the public wish to speak on the First Friday Management Agreement? Seeing none, close public comment. Penny, this isn't a roll call, is it? All right,
Roll call.
it is roll call?
Commissioner Bryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumeur,
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes,
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Chair Cooley,
Yes, the motion. All right, motion passes unanimous. Item 5, accept the 2020 CRA audit. Is that going to be you, city manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, you have the audit that's been done by James Moore. We have to do a separate audit for the CRA because it has to be reported to the state. In fact, I just received a letter from them that they want some additional information. So if you will be so kind as to sign off on the audit, we'll follow up on all the information we need to provide to the state. It's a normal process.
Questions or comments on the 2020 CRA audit?
Yeah, it looks like everything's in order from what I can read. So in that case, I'll make a motion that we approve it.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on the 2020 CRA audit? Seeing none, I'll close public comment.
fascinating reading.
Yeah. Is this roll call, Drew? Or no?
Don't have to have a roll
All
call.
right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Any other items to talk about with CRA?
I have one. I met, and I'm not sure if it should go for CRA or for commission comments, but I spoke with Tobacco Free Flagler County, and they had asked that any of the events that we held in Veterans Park, if we could discuss making them tobacco-free events. And it falls within the CRA district, so I thought this would be a perfect time.
And
they would provide signs, like the, you know, like the little real estate signs to put into the park, just stating that it's a tobacco-free event, starting with the first Fridays and any other events that we would have within the park.
I think it's a good initiative. Enforcement might be a challenge.
Yeah,
And
that's
sign
what I was
placement.
Right, but
We have no dog signs all over the place. But not a reason to not
right.
have it.
I think the signs are a good idea.
And I agree. There's been times I've been at First Friday and a person in front of me is vaping and, you know, smokes all. At least now you have something. You can say, hey, did you know this is.
So Mayor, just a quick question, would they come out at each event and put the signs?
Yes.
Or would we house them and
Nope,
have staff?
they would
Okay.
take care of everything
They put them on like little sticks or something.
and place them in the park, and they would even pass out some literature, and they would discuss even having a booth and passing some stuff out there. And
City manager, do you have any thoughts on potential enforcement issues that this might create? Because you know if you have signs out there, you're going to have complaints, which are going to need to be responded to.
I understand that, but I'm certainly in favor of it and feel like that, you know, this is a family event, and so people ought to be considerate of others. And so I don't have a problem trying it. If it becomes an issue, then we can deal with it at that time.
So we'll let yourself and the event coordinator, Vern, manage that.
Yep.
Commissioner Bryan.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, there are a lot of public places you go to, like Disney World and other places like that, and you can't smoke. And I mean, I smoked when I was in the military a long time ago, and I know some of us still do, but I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, people should have the courtesy not to be smoking amongst all
That's
the
right.
others anyway. But, now, you're talking about all city-sponsored events?
in
Or are you
Veterans
just
Park.
talking about,
And she's happy to start with just First Fridays. If we could make First Fridays
all right,
smoke-free.
start there.
Yeah.
Easy enough. Okay, we have consensus on that.
Yep.
Any other comments on CRA? Huh? All right.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, we are adjourned. All right, this is the regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. Today's Thursday, August 19th. The time is 5:30. This meeting will be continued until all items are complete. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We shall start the meeting with a pledge of allegiance, followed by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders. Mayor, if you could lead us. Thank you. Okay, a little bit of housekeeping. If everybody could just take a moment to look at their cell phones, make sure it's on silent vibrate or turned off, please. And Mayor, do you have any proclamations or awards?
I do not.
Okay. And commissioners or mayor or city manager, any deletions or changes to the agenda? None at all?
Nope.
Okay, that's easy. All right, next update is, where is he? Mr. Al Hadid with the, oh, there you are. With a update regarding the Dunes Restoration Project. Good evening, Al. Thank you for attending.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Since the last time I appeared before you, I want to tell you that I secured another voluntary easement. I did provide you notice of that, but that was from Miss Michelle Herbolt, who is in the South 2700 block at 2744 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. So I think you know you've been keeping up. This advances us some more, but not completion. From South 6th Street all the way down to 28th, we have every parcel except for 3 owned by 2 owners. I like to play with math. We only have 150 feet of that entire length that has not been secured by a voluntary easement. That brings us to 99.05% of the total ocean front that we've been able to secure voluntary easements. I'm sorry to say it's going to be more difficult for the remaining owners. We do get reports back about some of the things that they are saying. They don't expect us to act in good faith with respect to the project. I don't know. We've tried to provide assurances in every way we can, and so unfortunately it looks like we're going to have to adjudicate those in court. So the validity of those assertions can be tested, and unfortunately that's a very expensive and very time-intensive process, which we don't have any control over. That's the problem. You don't have, I mean, aside from the significant expense, because you've got to bring in experts, there's also the uncertainty of time. And with what we're seeing with the Delta variant, I don't know how that's going to affect the court calendars. You know how it affected the pandemic. That affected a lot of our thinking in terms of moving forward. So we'll do the best we can, and because we're getting into more of the litigation, unless there are significant developments on any aspect of the Army Corps project or the non-federal project, I would suggest, unless you want me to come, it wouldn't probably not be beneficial, you know, to have any updates unless there was something reportable. So anyway, unless you have any questions, that's my report. Good news and some bad news.
How many folks are left? Is it 2?
2 owners.
Okay.
One owns 2 lots. Well, they own 2 dune remnants, and the other owns 1 dune remnant.
How far apart
Each
are
50
they?
feet. One's in the 2400 block, about the middle. One's in the 2500 block, about in the middle. And one is in the south 2700 block, toward the south end of that block. In fact, that one is at, I didn't expect you to be asking that, but I accidentally was prepared. 27, yeah, I'm not going to make you think I'm clairvoyant because I'm not. South 2732 is the address of one of the June remnants, and the other two are at 2538 South Ocean Shore, and the other is across the street from South 2420 Ocean Shore. So those are the addresses of those parcels that we don't have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Commissioner Phillips?
Mr. Whitson, I know you've reached out to one of the individuals, possibly, I don't know if they're on that list of the two. Have you reached out to the others as well?
I only initiated contact with the one individual that we thought was going to be difficult. I don't have a problem reaching out to any of the others, and I'll certainly coordinate with Mr. Hadid.
Commissioners, Mayor, any other questions for Mr. Deed?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Thank
coming
you, Al,
out.
for all your efforts.
Thank you.
in this.
All right, thanks again, Al. Next item, update.
Could you ask the people to sit in the empty seats? I see 3 empty seats, please, just in case any emergency, we need that cleared, the walkway.
Got it, yeah. So if y'all heard Penny, if you could just try to fill in as many seats as possible.
Yeah, there's one right there.
Thank you. All right, next item, we have an update
I
on,
think there's, I'm sorry, I think there's one between Roy and Al.
yep, we got one right here in the front,
Yeah.
right in between these folks. All right, next item, update on the COVID-19 statistics. And Gretchen, is that going to be you? All right, welcome, Gretchen. Thank you for
Right.
joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you. Madam Mayor, nice to see you, and Commissioner or Chairman Cooley and commissioners. Thank you all for having me here today. I'm obviously not Bob Snyder. I'm Gretchen Smith, although Bob suggested instead of giving this presentation, perhaps I should sing or dance. And I said, Bob, no, that's totally you, not me. So anyway, so this is kind of interesting to do a presentation with it behind you. But anyway, so I don't know if you've seen the cover of the Palm Coast Observer this week, but it says overwhelmed. And there's a picture that Brian McMillan actually took through Bob's window at the lineup of cars that we've had in front of the health department for the past week or so doing testing. We are testing, and unfortunately, we're testing a lot more than we're vaccinating. So if you take a look at this slide, and this is actually one that we borrowed from Flagler Live because Pierre has been tracking all of this, week by week by week. And so this is where we are right now. And if you look all the way over, you can tell that the Delta variant is very much here in Flagler County. And a little bit of good news. Well, last week we had 694 total cases for the week. We're at 578 as of today for the week. So, but we tested 205 people last night and 97 of them were positive. So we're not over this yet. Okay, so in the beginning of COVID, we were all worried about people ages 65 and older. Well, that's kind of shifted now because the new Delta variant, we're seeing a lot of people who are much younger getting the virus. And the strange thing is that this variant is much more contagious than the other one. So we're seeing it spreads, and when it spreads exponentially. So you go from one person to 4 people to 16 people and on and on and on, and it just kind of snowballs from there. So what we took a look at is we took a look at the statewide cases since the beginning, over the past several months, just when we started seeing an uptick. And we're seeing, if you can look at this chart, the black line That's people who are ages 20 to 30. So that's where we're seeing the biggest increases right now for the whole group of under age 30. All right, and if you look at vaccinations, meanwhile, we're seeing, and there's only two categories, obviously, because Pfizer is for age 12 and up. And, you can see what's happening from a trend standpoint. The one thing I will tell you, though, is if you can see starting at 7:15, I think, okay, you want to do that? 7:15? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, I got one. Okay, so if you start looking here, you can see that people kind of woke up and people kind of realized that, wow, this is like something pretty serious, because you can see the trajectory of people getting vaccinated. Although, again, I can say, though, that, we're still testing a whole lot more people than we're vaccinating, but there is kind of a good slide later on in this presentation. All right, so if we're looking at that population from ages 0 to 24, here's kind of the numbers that we've seen. And remember I said that, everything increases exponentially. Well, that's what we're seeing right now, from 41 to 66 to 224 to 441. And this is as of last week. And we're going to talk a little bit about, the schools, but, this week alone, we've seen about 112 students and already, let's see, probably like 15 staff members. So as I mentioned, here's what's happening in the schools. This is as of last week, but so if we look at last week, we had a total of 15 students that were positive for COVID, and we had a total of 20 staff. This week, that's changed. No surprise. This week, we've had 112 kids so far be positive for COVID, and we're seeing, and we're up to a total of 80 staff and faculty who have tested positive for COVID. The good news for the kids is they're getting sick and they're spreading it, but they're not getting as sick as, their parents or their grandparents or, other people, and they're not ending up in the hospital as much as those who are older. So this is just kind of a recap of what's going on with the Delta variant. It's crazy, the mutation. We're averaging about 103 new cases a day. We have 8 people who are dedicated to contact tracing and case investigation. We're trying to hire more, but as you might imagine, it's difficult to hire nurses right now, or LPNs, or any people like that, because there's such a strong demand. It's as contagious as the common cold, 1,000 times more transmissible. Hospitalizations have been their highs. That slide behind me says that the high was 86, or that today was 86. It was actually 92 people yesterday at the hospital right down here. Their capacity is 130 beds, and they have 92 people in there with COVID. Of those people, about 93% are unvaccinated, and the data that we've gotten from Halifax Health says about 83% of those people there are. Really kind of frightening. We got this data from Advent reporting that 25% of all their ICU patients, and that's across the Central Florida region, 25% of them are pregnant. Total deaths, it was 135 earlier this week. We're up to 140, which means we've had 26 deaths in Flagler County in the past 3 weeks. We're looking at a positivity rate of about 26%. Our sweet spot where we want to be is probably more like 3%. So we've got a long way to go. We're at 64% of the population in Flagler County that's vaccinated. We were stuck at 60% for the longest time, and I can say over the past couple of weeks, we've actually kind of chugged up more like 64%. And vaccinations, a lot of people say, well, what difference does it make if I'm vaccinated? Well, it may not keep you from getting the virus, but it may keep you from being hospitalized from getting the virus. So, Bob, my dear boss, he's a breakthrough case. He stopped wearing his mask when the CDC said, you can be in a group of people, and if you're all vaccinated, you can take off your masks. Well, guess what? Bob was one of that 1% breakthrough case, and, stayed home for 10 days, felt like crud for most of them, but then he was able to get the monoclonal antibodies, which we're all hearing about now. Dr. Bickle wrote him a prescription, and because he's over the age of 65, that was one of his comorbidities, and so he was able to get it. And he said after taking them, he said in about a day he felt 50%, and after that, 2 days later, he felt almost 100%. Okay, so if there is a happy ending in some of these slides, if you take a look at this one, this shows the difference between the people who've been vaccinated and the number of cases we're seeing. Okay, and this is as of the last week. So you can see as starting again on the 15th, when people started realizing that, okay, maybe I should get vaccinated after all, you can see the big difference between the red and the green over the past couple weeks. So we are seeing an uptick in vaccinations. It's not where we want to see it yet, but I feel like we're heading in the right direction. This slide, I hate to say it, is now irrelevant because we've had to change some of our plans today. Because we have so much demand for testing, we are moving back to the Flagler County Fairgrounds, and we're going to be doing our testing there on 5 days a week initially, and then we're going to move it to 7 days a week at the Flagler County Fairgrounds. We're going to be doing it in the mornings from 9 to 12, from 8 to 12. And then we're reducing our vaccinations. We're going to be vaccinating 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at the health department in the afternoons. Saturdays and Sundays, we're going to be testing also. Sadly, the demand for testing is 4 times greater than what we're seeing for vaccinations. But there are still places in town that are vaccinating. There are other pharmacies. We're not doing any travel testing anymore. If people want to get travel testing, they're going to have to go to one of the smaller pharmacies, and they're going to have to pay for it because, we need to allocate our resources accordingly, and we can't accommodate. Another thing I will say is that, yes, this is for Amy Lukasik in the back. We're stopping doing any testing at 120 Airport Road. So we will not be testing at that building anymore. And that's effective Monday. So to sum up, there's 3 ways that we can get past this. People get vaccinated, and, honestly, if you know people who are on the fence, just ask them why, talk to them, and maybe, eventually they'll come around. I mean, it's a personal right for everyone, but at 65%, we're not, near the number where we need to be to put COVID behind us. We encourage everyone to continue to follow the CDC guidelines for mask wearing, indoor congregate settings. It's awesome to come in here and see as many people as wearing masks as there are right now, because that's, you don't see that very much. So kudos to you all for setting a good example and, leading by wearing a mask. And finally, we're excited about an effort that I know that Mr. Whitman was involved with, Whitson, rather. We are doing a unified communications plan that involves all the cities and the county and police departments, fire departments, et cetera, to try to communicate as a group, how important it is to keep Flagler County healthy and to, wear a mask, social distance, wash your hands, et cetera. So that's where we are right now. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, I'm sort of a twofold here, but I'm just going to make a comment. I know at least a half a dozen people have gotten sick. and they didn't get the vaccine because they were waiting or reluctant or whatever. And two of them are very good friends, and both of them said it was the dumbest thing they ever done. And they said they got so sick that they wish they were dead. That's how bad it was. You know, I'm not just kidding about this, you know, but it's very serious. The question I have is, and there's a belief that once you get the COVID, that you don't have to worry about it, you can't get it again.
No, that's not true.
Okay,
That's not
why I
true.
just
Yeah.
wanted, that question is, because you can get reinfected.
Yes, you can. You can. And so actually, over the past couple of days, we've been working with the school district to figure out, you know, what the protocols are for students. And so one of the steps or one of the audiences we had to look at is, what about kids who you know, had COVID already? And yeah, they're probably a little bit less likely to get it, but nobody knows at this point. I mean, this variant, this virus wants to live, and it wants to live however it can live. And so we're saying that for kids, if it goes actually for anybody, if it's been 90 days since they've had COVID, you know, they should pretty much be more careful. So, and a lot of people are waiting that 90 days and then getting vaccinated, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Phillips?
Gretchen, 2 questions.
Sure.
The Flagler County Fairgrounds for vaccinations or testing, do you have to make an appointment, or is it just first come,
Yes,
first served?
for the Flagler County Fairgrounds, initially it's going to be testing. And what we're doing is, part of our agreement with the school system is we're allowing, students, faculty, and school staff to go without appointments. They can go and, you know, they can be part of it. Anybody who's not affiliated with the school, they either don't work there or they don't attend there, need to call our office for an appointment.
Thank you. And then my second question is regarding boosters.
Okay.
Are booster shots available? Are they effective?
Yeah.
Are
They are available, but let me tell you this, the people who are doing it first are the major pharmacy chains, you know, your CVS, your Walgreens, your Walmart. They're the ones who are getting it first. And it's my understanding that as long as you can show or demonstrate, or even just write down on the consent form that you're immunocompromised, they'll give it to you. We're still awaiting guidance to find out when we're going to actually get the extra vaccine so that we can do it. And our goal is that, you know, once we get the fairground operation again, moving again, we're going to end up doing booster shots out there as well. Probably like late September.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yeah, a friend of mine called me to tell me she was kind of upset. She had gone for testing to the health department.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was asked to hand over her phone so that all her contacts, they wanted her contacts so they could contact everybody in her phone to tell. And I said,
That's
not
crazy.
She didn't do it, but I said, that does not sound right to me.
That does not sound right. And actually, if you want to ask her, you've got my phone number. If you want to ask her to call me, I'd be more than happy to look into that, because that's not, no.
Okay.
We wouldn't take anybody's
I didn't think so.
No.
But I didn't know what to
Yeah.
tell her, so.
You know what, it's funny though, as far as contact tracing is concerned, a lot of people are very, willing to share, et cetera, but then there's a lot of other people who are like, well, I don't want to tell on my friend, or I don't want to say that. There's still some of that reluctance, and, for whatever reason.
But it would have been like her brother in Wisconsin, and,
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I will have her contact
Okay,
you.
that would be great.
Okay, Mayor Johnston?
Yes. First of all, these numbers are staggering. I knew that as a county, our numbers were going up. Is this presentation available that we can push out through the commission? And then my second question is, I know right now that these numbers are actually slightly skewed because of the at-home testing that is available.
It doesn't even include the at-home testing.
Is there a protocol that you're pushing for testers that are at home if they are positive, just so our county and city can be aware?
Yeah, well, so as far as the at-home testing is concerned, that's one thing that we did make clear with the schools, that if this emergency rule came out 2 weeks ago, and a child or even an employee who's considered a close contact of someone who tests positive has to stay home automatically for 4 days. They have to quarantine for 4 days. What we've offered is on the fifth day, or actually on the afternoon of the fourth day, if you come to the health department and if you get a rapid test, and if you test negative, you can go back to school for days, 5, 6, and 7 with no questions. What we aren't accepting, though, are the rapid tests that you can go buy at CVS. We need a little bit of oversight in seeing, getting those tests, because otherwise, people, some people are dishonest and they may not, give you a test that's, Johnny who's coughing and whatever, that may not be Johnny's test. You hate to think that, but that's why we're saying that we're not going to take tests unless, they're done by the health department and we see them, we sign off on them so that we can input them into our Merlin system.
Okay. I was thinking more of if someone does test positive, are they supposed to be calling the health department just to keep?
It would be wonderful if they could, because these numbers, unfortunately, these are the only numbers that we're seeing. There's probably a lot of people who don't report it, and there's really not a lot we can do about that. So these numbers are probably only like maybe a third of what's going on. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Brian Bellhumor,
No, I'm good.
any other questions for Gretchen? Thanks
All
for
right.
coming out, Gretchen. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Sobering.
Gretchen, if you would email me the presentation, I'll make it available. You got it already. All right, thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda. This is public comment. These are comments regarding items that are not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. A little bit of housekeeping concerning these comments. We ask that there be no cheering or no booing. Just let your neighbors speak freely as they may. And if you can, come on up. If you can, state your name and address, please.
Good evening, Eric. This is Roy Matson. You all know me very well over the years of being involved in the community.
Well, let's get your name and address.
Roy Matson, 1203 Lorien Street. I now live in New Smyrna.
Thank you.
I'd like you all know, you all are aware that we had one of our own lifeguards get badly hurt here about 3 to 4 weeks ago. I'm looking for permission from you all to be allowed to put a fishing tournament on on behalf of the families to help them out. I have one of the family members here, Beth, to give updates on the family. I would like to do it on the Flagler Pier. I've talked with Tom and I've talked to Bobby. They think it's a very good idea. It will be a benefit fundraiser. No money will be kept. All the money will be given to the family. September 4th is when I like to hold it. Take my mask off, I can talk better. Anyway, the event would be held on September 4th from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. After that, we would award the prizes. All money raised, there'll be a $20 entry fee for everybody who wants to participate in the tournament. We'll have area raffles from area businesses. All that money raised will go to the family. For an update, if you could extend that 3 minutes, Eric, I'd like Beth over here, one of the close friends of the family, to speak on behalf of Kelby's results right now.
It'll just be your public comment right now.
Yeah.
So we'll let that wrap up. They can talk separately.
Okay.
Is that all you had about that? Did you have anything else on that?
Right. I wanted to see if you guys require me to have a special event permit. If I do, I'd like to see if the city would be willing to waive it for the pier. And then I want to, try to get this event set up where we can start working on it, because it's only a couple of weeks out before it's going to happen.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
If
Thank
you
you.
got any comments, I'll be sitting here.
Okay. City manager.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I found out about this just the other day, and it was way too late to get it on the agenda or go through the normal process. I certainly don't have any problem with it and would support it if the commission is okay with it.
Any comments?
You have time to make that work?
Okay, so if you get a consensus from us, then you'll be okay with that, you can do it?
Are you wanting to close the pier to everyone except the participants, or?
No, the pier would be open to everybody. It's just if they want to participate in the fundraiser fishing tournament, then that would be an extra fee besides what they pay to go on the pier.
Yeah, that was my understanding. It would be a normal business day, but he would just be allowed to go, do the tournament that day.
Okay. Commissioners, Mayor, any thoughts?
It's a wonderful idea.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think it's a fine thing to do. Penny, what do you need from us? You need, is there something he needs?
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
She just needs a consensus or none? Okay?
Okay.
Consensus?
Got mine.
Mayor?
I think it's great.
Okay.
I
You
have
have
one more
consensus?
comment.
See,
Just one more
Commissioner
thing.
Bryan?
Contact Penny. I have a fishing ruling device that's used for measuring fish, and I'd be happy to donate at least 2 of them to you so you can use those as prizes.
Okay.
No problem, and I want to thank you all for your support, and I'd like to see you all come up and join us.
All right, thank you. And city manager, you good?
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other citizens which speak on public comment for items not on the agenda? Yeah, well, let's get this young lady first. Okay, if you can, please state your name and address.
I'll state my name. It's Trish Giacconi. I'm with the Family Life Center, and I'm a Flagler County resident. I am here, first and foremost, as a representative of the Family Life Center in response to your last meeting. Family Life Center has been in this community since 1987. We have provided over 5,600 supportive services to victims this last fiscal year. We've remained open during the COVID pandemic, our emergency shelter. And as an employee of the agency, I feel it's incumbent upon me to make sure that I express my concern and clarify any unjustly made comments which may have negative consequences on victims we serve. During your last Flagler Beach meeting, Mayor Johnson stated that she felt that her expectations of groups that she supports have to behave in an ethical manner and follow the vision to which they claim to follow. She personally felt the Family Life Center went rogue and attacked members of your community, of your commission, and residents in this area, taking cheap shots, are the words that she used. Thus, she removed her quote-unquote stamp of approval. She also alluded to the fact that she called our agency twice and did not receive a response. I'd first like to start with our mission. The Family Life Center mission is to provide supportive services, essential supportive services, to victims of domestic violence and sexual assault in Flagler County. Our vision is to lead the community in ending the perpetration of domestic violence and sexual assault throughout this community. The mayor calling my behavior unethical or rogue is far from true. Our agency participates in various community activities, events, public speaking engagements, always first and foremost to let victims know the services that we provide, and then to educate our community about the dynamics of domestic violence, sexual assault, rape, stalking, dating violence, and many other reasons. Mr. Mullins invited me onto his show to have that very conversation. He invited a representative of the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, as well as a local business owner, and we spoke about domestic violence. I never, at any time, disparaged any member of this commission, the Flagler Beach community, or any community member throughout Flagler County. And you are welcome to review the tape. What I did talk about was how our system fails victims. I spoke about the importance of having victims' voices in the criminal proceeding. I spoke about the importance of prosecuting perpetrators of violence. Those are the things that I spoke about when I spoke that evening. I was on vacation from July 1 to July 11th. The mayor called me on July 2nd. She left me an email on July 5th. She received my vacation responder, which, by the way, she did not mention when she was here. I want everyone to know that the mayor has my personal cell phone number. It was part of her introduction packet that I sent to her on May 22nd as a representative of this commission. She also received my personal cell phone number again in April, neither of which she reached out to. In the spirit of remaining honorable to the Flagler Beach residents, I'm going to finish for a second.
No,
I
Trish,
want to, hold on,
This is
please.
3 minutes long.
I want to make sure that the citizens are aware that our services will continue, no matter what politicians say about the work we do, because we do provide these services, and we will continue to do so to those residents in Flagler Beach, whether or not we have your stamp of approval. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask for public comment, that there be no applause, no booing. We have a lot of business to attend to. All that's going to do is delay the meeting, and it stifles commentary from the public, revealing repercussions for their comments. Is there any other members of the public that wish to speak under public comment for items not on the agenda? If you can, come on up, please state your name and address.
Beth Boyles, 111 Lantana Avenue, Flagler Beach, Florida. Obviously, yeah. Mr. Roy just reached out to me and asked me to come give an update. I'm very, very close friends with Caleb, and I'm the one actually posting all the updates on Flagler Beach for Friends, if you're following along. So Caleb is in Atlanta at the Shepherd Center right now. We found out yesterday the family's looking, they're going to have to be there till about November. He is making some progress since his surgery that he had in Halifax. He did have to have emergency surgery on his C5 and C6 on his neck. And they're unfortunately looking at having to do another surgery. He had it operated through the front. Now he might have to have another one through the back. We should know something in a couple of days about that. So we're praying that that does not have to happen, because he has made so much progress from the first surgery, getting his feeding tube out, his, all the things. I was just texting his dad, and he said that he does have a little bit of movement in his left toe and left foot, so he has some really promising things happening. I just want to thank everyone who has sent a card or a gift off his Amazon wish list. His dad said, most of all, they just are wanting prayers. And it really, really is lifting his spirits. Many people sent things to decorate his room, because he is going to be there for a while. And with the COVID, they're on a lockdown now, so they had to choose between one parent to be there. So his dad's with him. He can't leave the hospital for anything. It's very strict. So it's just a really trying time for their family. And, it is going to be a few months, but they are hopeful for, some recovery for him. So that's where we're at now. And he says his biggest wish is just that he wants to get back out there on that stand. And he wanted me to let you guys know that. So thank you all for your prayers. And we're going to, I know Miss Tracy is going to talk about the event we're having Saturday here for him. But I'm grateful that he suggested the fishing tournament, and I'll do whatever I can to help with that. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Nice to know what you look like after seeing all your posts.
All right, any other members of the public wish to speak to items not on the agenda? Tracy, if you can, state your name and address.
Tracy Callahan, Hennessy, 1228 South Central. I'm the president of Flagler Strong. Wanted to give everybody an update about the event we have planned for this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Veterans Park. It is primarily a family fun day, meet and greet with the local first responders, and just kind of to let the community know what Flagler Strong does. We are going to have sign-up sheets for people that want to volunteer. We're going to have our new T-shirts, which I pick up tomorrow, but they look like they're going to be really cool. We've got disaster relief packets to send out. It is an outdoor event, so we're not going to require masks, but we will have masks and sanitizer on hand. And we're fortunate enough to have lots of other groups join us tomorrow. We're going to have some live music, some games for kids and adults. We're going to have a table set up where people can create cards for Caleb. We've got the Turtle Patrol coming, Flagler County Auditorium, who's very excited to come and pass out their new playbill and donate some tickets. We've got the Women's Club. We've got some of the commissioners who are going to have some information booths. Commissioner Phillips will have a booth with information about the Wickline Park project. Commissioner Ken Bryant will have a booth with information about the Veterans Park project that we've been working on. The lifeguards are going to be there. They're going to have shirts for sale for Caleb. They say Caleb Strong. And then the community has been just amazing outpour with the issue of Caleb. Flagler Strong to date has raised $3,000 for his family to help with costs of what he's going through. But local residents and business owners have donated us so many items. We're going to have a silent auction, and we've got some really cool gifts, some neat artwork, lots of gift cards. So come out, enjoy the day, bring your checkbooks or your phone. I've got Cash App. And then, also, one of the important things we're going to be doing is passing out our wish list for our next event, which is the following Saturday, 28th at the Wickline Center by the library. And it's going to be a hurricane supply drop-off. So we have a wish list for anybody that wants to donate, and it'll be passed out on Saturday, and I'll also have it posted online, and I can email it to Mr. Whitson as well if you want to post it anywhere. That's all.
All right.
Thank
you,
you.
Tracy. Okay, any other members of the public have something they would like to speak about that's not on the agenda? Joseph, if you can, please state your name and address.
Joseph Pizzoli, 313 North 8th Street. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here because of the Economic Development Task Force. We had a meeting yesterday, and since Mr. Whitson was at our EDTF meeting a month ago, we decided not to have a workshop until after the strategic planning was completed, and I believe you've all completed that. So I'm here as chairman of the EDTF to ask if we could have a workshop so that we could have direction for this coming year. We still have great ideas, but we would like to have your all opinions and ideas as well, so we have some positive direction to follow. So I'm requesting a workshop.
Okay, and Penny, would covering the date for the workshop be better to cover under staff comments or city manager?
I would honestly, I would let Janelle set up that communicating between you and the EDTF board members to find a date that works for y'all.
Yeah, we've been looking at the October timeframe, and we could work with Janelle to set that date.
Commissioners, Mayor, you okay with a workshop with EDTF?
Yeah, we've talked about it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
We've been talking about it for about 6 months. So.
Excellent.
Great.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
We'll get that put together.
Okay. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Joseph.
All right, any other members of the public have something they would like to speak about that is not on the agenda? No? Didn't have anything? Okay, just leave. All right, we'll close public comment, and we will move to consent agenda. Okay, on consent agenda, we have regular meeting minutes from July 8th and July 22nd, regular meeting, and then we have workshop meeting minutes from July 15th and July 21st, and then item 8 is a DOT letter request for golf carts for 187-foot portion on the sidewalk between Beverly Beach and North 23rd Street where the car wash is. Any questions or items that need pulled on consent agenda? Commissioner Mealy.
I did have a small comment on number 8, plus so many of the people in the audience that hear about that. So I think if we pull it, then they can have the opportunity to speak.
Okay, we'll pull 8. Commissioner Bellhummer.
I'd like to pull the workshop meeting July 15th.
Okay, then we'll do these one at a time. Okay, so item 7 is meeting minutes July 22nd, and workshop meeting minutes July 15th, July 21st. Commissioner Bellhummer, you wanted that pulled. What do you got?
It's all on here about residential, wait a minute, range of topics discussed. But it doesn't say anything about questions and well, I guess maybe it does. I know that I asked a lot of questions, and there were others in the group that asked questions, and there was some conversation. It does say that Haran and Biz Wallace made public comments, but it doesn't say much about us as committee or commission members.
I'm sorry, which minutes are you on?
The workshop for the 15th, July 15th.
July 15th workshop?
So I guess it does. A range of topics discussed were, but maybe we can put in there who discussed them.
Well,
That is meeting
you're
stream,
gonna have
right?
to tell me specifically what you want in them, and your other commissioners are gonna have to vote on that. So the minutes we do they are not verbatim. They are action-only minutes. This being a workshop, no action was taken. So if you have some specific language, be happy to ask your fellow commissioners if they want that in there, and we'll be happy to put it in.
No, I'll oh well.
Or you can pull them, figure out what language you want in there, and bring it back to the next meeting. I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, I'm okay with it.
You don't want to pull it for next
No,
meeting?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, and we have the video recording of that, right, Penny?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, no, I don't, because of the setup, it was not, we have an audio recording, but the way the setup was, it wouldn't have worked for video, so.
Okay.
My cameras are stationary.
But the thing that I was getting at was, it says there was a presentation from Kimley Horn, and he reviewed the changes to the land development code. Discussion ensued, so I guess that's sufficient.
You sure you don't want to pull it?
No, I'm all right with it. That's all right.
Commissioner Bryan?
Mine is minor. Mine is very minor. They have a T on my name.
Which one are those?
Absent.
Oh, those minutes, okay.
No big deal, but I just brought it, so you're gonna correct them.
Commissioner Mealy Phillips, no? Okay. Okay, so we have minutes wrapped up. Commissioner Bellinger, you're okay with that? You
Yeah.
don't want to pull it?
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes of July 8th, July 22nd, and the workshop meeting minutes of July 15 and 21.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on meeting minutes of July 8th and July 22nd, and the workshop minutes of July 15th and July 21st? Any?
Did she say July 15th as amended?
At July 15th as amended.
Second as amended? We have a
Yes.
second? Okay.
Jane.
Okay, public comment on minutes. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Item 8. All right, Commissioner Mealy, you pulled that?
Yeah, my only comment, and I had mentioned this to William yesterday, that this letter we're sending to Mr. Perdue have a CC at the bottom to Mayor Emmett from Beverly Beach. That's all. And he agreed. He agreed.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry. That we put a CC at the bottom of this letter to Mayor Emmett from Beverly Beach.
Okay. City Manager, you go with that?
Absolutely.
Any other questions on the letter to FDOT, Commissioners and Mayor? Okay, look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the letter to FDOT as amended.
Second, go ahead.
Second.
As amended?
As amended.
Okay. I'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on the letter to FDOT concerning the right-of-way from Beverly Beach to our city?
Yes, my name is Ellen Carpendania. I'm a resident of Surfside Estates in Beverly Beach, 106 Anchorage Drive. And I'm the spokesperson for a lot of folks who are here today. If you would just raise your hand so that everybody can see how much we wanted to come out and say thank you. and for your support in working with the city of Beverly Beach. This is an issue that really is very close and dear to our hearts. It means a lot to us to be able to come in our golf carts and frequent the establishments in Beverly Beach. It's the reason many of us retired here. It's a big part of our lifestyle. We realize that we're at a crossroads now that we have both cities working together, making a request to FDOT, but we also understand that the road may still have some bumps, and we just want to give you the heads up that we're here to work together. Even if it doesn't go through immediately, we want to think positive, have positive intent, but we want to let you know that we're ready to roll up our sleeves and continue to move this issue forward, even if we have some setbacks, and work together. And that we're just very grateful for the support up till now. And we're really hoping we can see this through and come together and make this happen. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Good. Any other members of the public wish to speak on the letter to FDOT?
William wanted to say something.
City manager.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I really enjoyed meeting with your mayor. He's awesome. And I know this isn't as exciting as golf carts, but we also agreed that we're going to cooperate in a joint application on sea level rise grants. So we're going to be working together on that subject as well. So.
Nice. Any other members of the public wish to speak on the letter to FDOT? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. And we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the letter to FDOT, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous.
I got a question for William. if I
Question
may.
for city manager?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
do you know if their sidewalk down to the Flagler Beach city line is approved by FDOT for them to use?
The south end one?
No, from our city line north through Beverly Beach. Is that something that's approved by FDOT for them to use golf carts on? I know it is up in their city proper, but I didn't know if it comes all the way down to our city line or not.
If it's 8 feet, yes. And I think the chief went out and looked, and I think we're 6 inches short in a couple of places. That's my understanding. Yeah, I mean, they may know more about it than I do, but that's what I've been hearing.
Curious.
Okay, if you can answer the question that.
I understand your question. You want to know, is it already allowed to go on the sidewalks in the portion of Beverly Beach? Is that your question?
I know, all the way down to that.
No, there's
So you
there's no permission, and that's what we're trying to do by having this joint request.
all the way in.
Although we do meet the guidelines because the sidewalk is 8 foot, and the city is prepared to put some safety measures in place where folks would have to come and take a safety course and sign off that nobody has liability, give right of way to pedestrians, things of that nature. So we're already thinking ahead how to implement it, but FDOT does need to get involved to give that permission because it is a state highway.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking between them and us, so, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Thank you, Eric.
And city manager, we have a stretch of sidewalk like that in front of Gamble Rogers for the golf course. I would assume this would replicate the same rationale, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, general business, presentation of fiscal year 2020 audit. Well, this is where everybody leaves.
I'm just a CPA and an auditor. I'm really not that bad. You guys don't need to leave on me.
How to get rid of people.
Make me self-conscious up here, you know? You want to flip on the...
All right, and if you can, just introduce yourself and the name of the firm.
All right, James Halloran with James Moore Company. I have Webb Shepard with me here as well, and we're here to present the audit, City of Flagler Beach. We are with James Moore Company. So we're going to tag team. We always work as a team in our firm. That way, if one of us, is off on vacation, which I'll be in a couple weeks here, then there's always someone else you can contact. So first, of course, I'd like to thank staff. William, nice to see you again in person. We've talked a couple times on the phone. Been about, 15 years since we ran into each other. And Kathleen is unfortunately not able to be here tonight, but she is your finance director, and we worked with her as well to complete this audit of your financial statements. So always when you look at your financial statements, they are your financial statements. Our responsibility is to audit those financial statements. And this year, you have a number of reports in there from James Moore and Company, but the bulk of that is all your financial statements. You guys are subject to U.S. auditing standards, government auditing standards. This year, you're also subject to federal single audit standards, as well as the Florida Auditor General standards as well. So first, to start off, is the independent auditor's report on the financial statements. Our opinion is an unmodified opinion on those basic financial statements, states that the financial statements present fairly in all material aspects your financial position, results of operations, and cash flows for this year ended September 30th, 2020. There is also an emphasis of matter paragraph in that report to point out some prior period adjustments that we did record, and we'll go through that later in the presentation. There's also a schedule of finding and question costs. This is included when you're subject either to federal or state single audit, and this summarizes the various reports, the one I just went over, as well as the compliance reports for government auditing standards, and if there are any findings, it would be included in there as well. And we're going to go through those in a little bit here. So the federal single audit report, due to the COVID funds, as you had a presentation earlier, you were subject to federal single audit. That kicks in anytime you expend greater than $750,000 in either federal funds or state funds. So that was about a little bit more than $700,000 just in COVID, total about $1.1 million in federal resources you guys expended for the year. We had no issues, no material weaknesses that were required to be reported, no compliance issues over your single audit monies. The next report is report on internal control and compliance. This is required by government auditing standards. And what we look at is internal control over your financial reporting system. So there's a number of different levels of comments that we can provide as independent certified public accountants. The most severe would be a material weakness. A material weakness is something that we believe that could create and cause a material misstatement in your financial statements and not be detected on a timely basis. So we had one item related to that, and that was reconciliation of account balances, your general ledger account balances, which resulted in numerous audit adjustments. We also had one significant deficiency. A significant deficiency is an item that we believe is important enough to bring to the attention of those charged with governance, which is the commission and mayor. So we had one item there related to your IT infrastructure, and a number of suggestions there to increase the security around your IT environment. We had no material instances of non-compliance, and we look in non-compliance would be related back to contracts, grants, and agreements. The Auditor General, also Florida's Auditor General, requires us to also report on some other matters. One of those things we look at is financial condition assessment. We're required to compare the city of Flagler Beach to comparable sized cities based off property tax value and population. And we do that over a 5-year trend, comparing yourself and then comparing you to those comparable cities. You guys, there's that assessment we do each year. We'd even come up with a range of either favorable, unfavorable, or average or inconclusive. If it's unfavorable, then we have to do a little more work and figure out, hey, what's causing this unfavorable financial condition assessment? You guys are not in that position. You guys come in right at that average level. We did have 2 recommendations in that Auditor General report as well. One was to create a fund balance policy. You clearly don't have a fund balance policy for your city. And this helps management, both from the city manager side. You guys are going through your budget. You probably got a couple more little budget things to work out here in the next month or so. So this helps gives guidance to your finance side and your city manager side of what's the goal over the long term of where you want that fund balance to be. Where do you want that carryover monies to be at? The second item related to the PIER. You know that the PIER is a separate enterprise fund. The definition of an enterprise fund is to be self-supporting. This year was a tough year for the PIER. It was closed a good portion of the time. But even before that, you still had some years you had some losses. So with that, you're at about a $300,000 deficit in your PIER fund. And what that does is you don't have the cash in the PIER fund to support operations. So your general fund is loaning money to your PIER fund in order to make it whole. So we're suggesting there is take a look at that and look at some long-term solutions. If you're not able to generate enough revenue from the PIER fund, one suggestion would be to transfer that money each year from the general fund to the PIER fund to make it whole. Because right now you have about $500,000 that your general fund is owed and doesn't have available to spend. So that's one thing for you guys to look at in either this budget cycle or the next to figure out a methodology for that. We're also required to look at the investment statutes of the state of Florida. So we look at those to see if you're in compliance with those. We had no issues with those items. I'm going to take this off, too hard to talk with it. There is management's response. So on the last page of the financial statement, on page 75, we do have the response from management on those comments. Do you guys have any questions that go along? Go ahead and interrupt me. It doesn't bother me. Unfortunately, this isn't my first rodeo. My first audit I ever did was for the city of Flagler Beach back 26 years ago. So I've been doing this a little while.
Commissioners or Mayor, any questions so far?
No, I think we're familiar with the pier fund, so
Yeah. No surprise there.
that's not shaking us up
Yeah,
too much.
I always tell people it's a recreational amenity. Similar to communities that may have a golf course or may have a tennis center, baseball fields, softball fields, soccer fields. They're great amenities for your citizens. Unfortunately, they don't always pay for themselves completely. And every community goes through this. Some will create enterprise funds for them and keep them like that. Others will roll them into their recreational department in the general fund. It's purely a decision how you guys do it. But currently what's happening is with that borrowing, your general fund has about $500,000 that's not available. Are you on the next slide yet, Webb? Oh, I'm pretty good. All right. So you see that big non-spendable number of almost $500,000 in the 2020 column, $497,000, $498,000. Majority of that is related to that borrowing. So what that means when you're looking at that total of $7.7 million, non-spendable means it's not available to spend. So right off the bat, when they're doing the budget, they have to say, okay, we got $500,000, can't be spent because you don't have it in cash. The next bucket you'll see there is about $1.6 million in restricted funds. That's mainly the half-cent tax that's here in Flagler County for a number of years. You have two buckets you have there. One is the fire truck you guys have been setting aside money for, and just regular infrastructure surtax money. That is a reclass from last year. In previous audits, that fire truck money was not reported as restricted and should have been. That was about $220,000 roughly in the prior years. A committed fund balance, you don't have any at the end of this year. That committed fund balance would be if you had a revenue stream coming into the city, and by ordinance, you guys said these monies can only be used for this specific purpose. And if at the end of the year there was an excess in that revenue stream over the expenses, then you would have a committed fund balance. You do not have that at the city of Flagler Beach. The assignment takes place when you utilize fund balance carry forward to help your budget in the next year, and that's that $482,000 you see at the end of 2020. So you're left with the residual, and that's your unassigned. So that's really what's available for you guys to spend going forward at that point. Of course, at this time, there could be budget amendments subsequent to September 30th that affected that balance. So when they're working on your budget right now, there could be other budget amendments that occurred throughout the year that I'm not aware of. So I always get asked, is that enough money to have left over at the end of a year? So one of the things we look at is the Government Finance Officers Association recommends at a minimum, and I say minimum very strongly, of 2 months to have set aside. As you all know, there's 6 individuals up there, and each of you will have a different opinion of what that is. You know, you could relate it back to your emergency reserve you have for your house. You know, do you have 1 month's salary, 2 months' salary, 6 months' salary? That depends a lot on your type of business, and with you have the extra fiduciary responsibility is it's not your money. It's the citizens' monies. So that's why the minimum, I say 2 months, is what the Government Finance Officers Association recommends. Typically in smaller communities, I see a higher number. In beachside communities, that also raises the number because I'm not allowed to say, you know, I can't say the 4-letter word anymore. So I don't mention that anymore. It's kind of like that thing from Harry Potter. You just don't mention it. So with that, you're at about 80% right now. So that's roughly 9.5 months is what you have set aside. That's up a little bit from where you anticipated last year. You do remember you had the COVID monies come in, and really what happened at the end of September 2020, Treasury changed the regulations and allowed every government to utilize those funds for any public safety salary. When they first passed the CARES Act, it was only to be used for items directly related to COVID. So if you had an individual in your fire department doing testing or those type of things, those salaries would have been eligible, or personal protective equipment would have been eligible for reimbursement. But late in 2020, or in your year-end 2020, they changed that. And that really helped all our governments, that we do as a firm, utilize those funds fully.
Question, Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Bellinger?
Yeah, back on your last slide.
Okay.
I got a question for you. What is the difference between restricted and committed?
Restricted is an external restriction. So your monies that come in from, say, gas taxes, which are restricted from a state statute,
Okay.
as well as the infrastructure surtax monies are restricted from the state and county side. That's an external restriction. So that's a different one. Is external, where committed balance is something, it's a law you pass, an ordinance passed by the city commission would create a committed fund balance.
So such as if we sold real estate and we decided that that money could only be used to buy more real estate, then that would be committed.
Correct. That would be a committed fund balance. That would be correct.
Okay, so we should have something in that block.
Okay, you can let us know what that is. And
I don't know what it is
Oh.
exactly.
Oh, you're saying you want to try to do that?
We sold some properties in town over the last couple of years, and it was supposed to be committed.
Yep,
So,
we can get with Kathleen on that and see what it is.
It is.
okay. Well,
So that would be a
should be in
follow-up
that
item.
space then, though, right?
Well, he's looking at it to the end of the fiscal year, and then it depends on the reporting period and a lot of factors.
So was it in this past 9 months or so?
It was
Been over
after,
the last 2
after
years
that.
Okay.
or so.
Okay.
That last 2 years.
Yeah, we'll get with William and Kathleen and make sure we get that money.
All right, sorry to,
No, that's fine. I'd rather do that than get to the end, and then we got to flip back.
thank you.
So you do have a CRA fund, a Community Redevelopment Agency. This is the first year the state of Florida required any community redevelopment agency to be audited, to have a separately issued financial statement. Previously, that was not required. Any CRA with greater than $100,000 of revenues or expenses is required to have that performed. You have about $287,000 in your CRA right now. That's restricted. That's the remaining balance. About a $75,000 increase from the prior year. There's also an emphasis, a matter of paragraph in that report as well related to a prior period adjustment for the CRA. There's also the one material weakness related to that prior period adjustment as well. And now I'm going to turn it over to Webb, and he's going to talk about some of your business type activities and some of the other parts of the financial statements. And I'll be Vanna.
Hi, everybody. Webb Shepard. I'm your friendly audit director with James Moore and Company. So this slide here is a history of your unrestricted net position in the proprietary funds. So nothing alarming here. These are mostly comparable except for the peer fund, which was already discussed earlier. I think you all know. We could dive into anything you like, so feel free to jump in, or we'll move on. I don't want to scare anyone else out of the room. So. This slide is your pension fund. So as you know, the fire pension has a net pension asset here, and the police pension has a net pension liability, but both are pretty well funded. The fire's a little bit overfunded, and the police pension is just slightly underfunded. A couple of bullet points on the bottom there highlight the contributions as a % of employee payroll, which the police and fire can fluctuate every year. They're based on actuarial determinations. So they were about 22% in fiscal year 2020 and about 18% in fire. And your general employees defined contribution plan, as you know, has a 6.5% contribution rate. So the next slide here is a history of the net position in your governmental activities. Really mostly comparable, especially if you consider certain reclassifications, which we'll dive into a couple of slides down. Your overall increase here is primarily from the CARES Act funds and slight increase in tax revenues. And then, of course, you have your restricted bucket there, which is primarily the infrastructure, as you know, restricted for infrastructure. And then the net pension asset also falls into that category. And your CRA fund is in there, and your building department as well. So the Next slide here. Other items. Note 9 in the financial statements discusses your long-term liabilities. Governmental activities has $653,000 in the CRA fund. There was no new debt in your governmental activities. The business type, you've got almost $4 million there, and you started to draw down on that SRF loan for the design activities related to the wastewater treatment facility construction. That will eventually become a $900,000 SRF loan, and at year end 2020, it was $178,000 drawn down on. So, as you know, Note 10, COVID uncertainty, already discussed. I'm not going to go in any further than Gretchen already did. So, Note 15 is recently, this is basically upcoming accounting pronouncements. GASB 87 is a lease standard which will affect you all. You're both a lessor and a lessee, so Kathleen will be evaluating all of your leases. It basically takes the operating leases and puts them on the balance sheet. So you're required to capitalize an asset and a liability on both sides for that. So that'll be upcoming in 2022. So not this year, but the one after that. And then the year after that is subscription-based IT arrangements. It's basically telling you to look at all of your IT arrangements and whether those create a lease and should be capitalized as well in the same manner.
Quick question.
Sure, absolutely.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yeah, when you're talking about the IT arrangements, is that for the overall city, for all the IT?
Yeah.
It's anything IT related.
Okay.
It could be your financial software you'll see it in, as well as it could be building department software.
Okay, so it's overall, everything. Okay.
Everything, and just FYI for the record, I'm going to be asking the current IT provider to draft a 5-year technology plan so that we can lay all this out, because I was aware of the GASB requirements changing.
That was going to be my next question, was the timeline. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's good to get in front of it, so that's nice to hear. The next slide, Note 14 goes into detail on the restatement of net position, which was already discussed. Long story short, so the first two columns there are the government-wide. You all probably are familiar with the governmental activities and business type activities. The last two columns, they roll up into business activities, so they're kind of duplicates there. But basically, there was some construction in process that was found that was performed prior to the beginning of the year 2020, and so it created a restatement of net position there, and then some accrued interest in the governmental activities, which was in the CRA fund, and in the water sewer fund, that was pretty interesting. The special assessment receivable in one of your neighborhoods, where you took them, basically did a special assessment for them to put them on the sewer system. That should have been recorded as a special assessment receivable in total back in 2014, I believe it happened. And so basically the $188,000 is what's remaining at the end of the current year, or at the beginning of the 2020 year. So there are also various reclassifications of net position and fund balance, which again, we can dive into, and James and I love this stuff, so, but we won't bore you with all the details unless you really want to.
We'll lose half of the room again?
Yeah, the rest of them might leave, yeah. And that's all we have. Any questions or anything else?
Yeah, I know two of you guys were able to meet with us. You know, if any of you other guys want to meet with us, you know, Penny and Kathleen have our numbers, and just reach out. It wasn't painful, right?
I enjoyed it. You said it would be 10 minutes and it was 45.
Yeah, you know.
You too?
Well, you guys had a lot of good questions. You know, it's not my fault.
Questions or comments for these folks?
Yeah, I'd like to comment. It's nice to, I see that you've caught some things by the means of having fresh eyes looking at this stuff. So I think maybe we made a good decision in your choice of you doing our audit. So thank you for.
Any other
Thank you.
questions or comments for these folks? City manager?
I just had a quick comment. I think it's pretty pretty strong and pretty good that our finance director has cancer, and she's going through cancer treatments. We've had COVID. We've had the loss of a city manager, and yet we still standing here with very minor comments. So my hat's off to the whole team, and thank you, James, for you and your team, and we look to build on this and do even better in the future. Hope you agree with that.
I do.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
We'll
We'll see if any in the room leaves with us, all our fans, you know.
Well, what's going to happen? Everybody's going to come back in now.
Autographs. Autographs.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on. Item 10, consider awarding bid number FB-2021-1706, which is a water well number 15 in the amount of $556,000 to McMahon Construction. City manager, is this one you?
Yes, sir. We have our engineer in the audience, Mr. King, and his firm did the analysis, cooperating with our staff, and we've reviewed everything and find everything in order, but if you have any questions, we'd be happy to respond.
Commissioners or Mayor?
It's more money than we thought, but it's
Yeah,
there.
considerably more money than we thought. And,
It's good, but this is complete though, right? No more,
Well, it's complete till our next agenda item.
I don't want to hear that.
Until they get out in the field and find something else.
yeah, I was curious when I had my meeting with William. I asked him who created this number that was in the budget. So, so did we ever get a definitive answer on that?
If you can, just name an organization.
David King with Mead and Hut. Didn't have an exact answer of, where that budget number came from. I would suspect it came from our previous project, number 14. That project came in just at 420, so didn't include a pipeline. Was probably bid at a better time because we know the marketplace is a weird place right now with the prices of everything going up. So if I had to guess, and we didn't have any role in it, it was based on that previous project.
Okay. And 70% over budget, so crazy.
Or the last one, is what you mean, or versus the original?
No, we had 450,000 in our budget to do this, but it's going to cost us 762. So we need to make a budget amendment for $312,000, which is a 70% over cost, or over what we initially had in the budget. So just hopefully somehow in the future we can get a little better at that.
Yeah, but from building your houses.
Oh, I do, but not 70%. That was a little more than I may have expected.
Yeah, I think it really was
it
the
is what
missing
it
item.
is.
It was the missing item. I mean, we actually had to move this well around a little bit from the previous, the site where they thought it was.
The previous well, number 14, which came in at all kit and caboodle, 420,000, did not include a pipeline. So this one includes about $132,000 worth of a pipeline to tie into the existing raw water mains. So that alone was part of the reason for the differential.
Okay. Yeah, to get a good third of it, just about. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Commissioners, Mayor?
Nope, I'm good.
City Manager?
I'm good if you are.
Okay.
Make a motion that we award bid number FB 2021-1706 in the amount of $556,000 to McMahon Construction.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And if you can, sir, you can take a seat. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item about the well? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment. This will be roll call, right, Penny?
I would.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Belhumeur,
Painful, yes.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan,
Need water, yes.
Chairman Cooley.
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Item 11, Now that we just proved that we're gonna change it. So we have change order number one, the amount of $4,500 for potable water. It's not portable.
Yes, well, it is.
Well, it was when they were looking for it. Well, number 15 project. And city manager, do you want that, or is that our?
I've asked the engineer why we have a change order right out of the gate, so that's more in
We've
his
already
arena.
changed it from the budget number. So in some insight, if you could.
Yes, David came with me. And again, so after the bids came in, working with city staff, we wanted to look at, evaluate some differences in the, how that connecting main goes in. And there was some discussion of whether or not we could get a better price if we change the type of construction. So right, as designed, it was as open cut. So we looked at and got a pricing from the contractor, the low bidder, for a directional drill. We got two prices. One for a when they do directional drill, because of the because of what's required to pull that pipe back, it ends up being a thicker walled pipe. So you end up with for the same size pipe, you end up with a smaller inside diameter. So when we proposed it, when they proposed it two ways, for the same outside diameter, which will be a smaller inside diameter, and then a equivalent inside diameter. And the price for that's being proposed in the change order is to give a equivalent inside diameter. So a 14-inch pipe to give a 12-inch pipe ID. Talk that over with city staff, whether or not they would be okay with the smaller diameter pipe, smaller inside diameter, and because of what happens in the well field and the unknowns and the potential for this pipeline to serve other wells at some point in time, once all those well sites get decided, city staff wanted to go with the same equivalent inside diameter pipe, which creates the added cost because they have to use a larger pipe in the directional drill. The benefits that's listed in the cover memo about what the directional drill buys us is, it gets us some additional clearance, gets us a deeper pipe, puts it less in harm's way. There's pros and cons to that, but obviously that what's in the cover memo is the promotion of the pros, if you will. So, hopefully that explains it. I know
Fine tuning.
So it's our fault.
Well, it's fine tuning. They got into the technical part of it, and it's fine tuning, and it's about the amount of water they need delivered.
Right. It's a matter of volume.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, commissioners, mayor, any other comments? Nothing. City manager, any other comments?
Motion to approve change order number one in the amount of $4,500 for the potable water well 15 project.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this change order in the amount of $4,500? All right, we'll close public comment. You want a roll call?
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumor? Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Item 12, bid number FE-2021-2306, water system improvements for fiscal year 21 in the amount of $390,847.99 to SE Klein Construction. City manager.
To set them up with some tabs.
Yeah, we gotta get them some tabs. Gotta get us some tabs.
Or paper clips.
The tab system is I'm a little jealous over here.
Here you are.
Yeah, and they get numbered.
Here you are, Mr. Whitson.
Yeah, this is another one of the water system projects they've been working on, and it's one of those things where it seems like we're spending a lot of money for the water development, and we are, but the bottom line is if you don't use the water allocation in your cup, consumptive use permit, then St. John's says, well, you might not need that, and they might dial it back in the future. And we do have some growth on the horizon, so we have to be ready for it. And this is all part of that overall project. And Jim Raymer and his staff do a great job with this. So I recommend that you proceed unless you have questions.
Okay, questions, commissioners or mayor? Commissioner Belhumeur.
So from what I get out of what I'm reading, we're replacing some old antiquated lateral water lines with new ones. Because I'm assuming most of those are old galvanized pipe or something?
Yeah, I don't know if they're galvanized, but they're older.
Okay, and so this will alleviate any bad water to some of our customers, water customers. So where is most of this? Down the south side of town? So I don't really see where it says where they are.
David King with Mead Hunt again. Yes, most of it's in the south side of town, 13th to 19th in that area, if you will. A lot of older water mains, galvanized, cast iron, I believe even some AC pipe. Replacing some of those pipes and also a few other things. There's the services to the Snack Jacks properties and the adjacent properties on the side of the roadway, which is served with an old galvanized main, which is broken in a number of times and cities had to repair it. So we're replacing that with individual services. And then also back to the 13th through 19th area, if you will, there's alleyways between Ocean Shore and Central. And there are some water mains that the city owns and operates in those areas and can't really do a good job because of they're in the alleyways. So in the frontage of those properties, there are other water mains. So what we're doing is we're installing new water meters and routing the customer's piping and reconnecting. And what that'll allow the city to do is abandon those rear alleyway mains, and will actually reduce your overall maintenance responsibility. I mean, we're going to replace some mains, and we're going to take some old mains out of service, and they'll be done for. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a mix of different kinds of pipes.
Plus, William was telling us that you're going to be installing some isolation valves as well that'll
Correct.
Isolate certain sections of the grid to
yes,
for maintenance and or repairs or for looking for problems.
Yeah, so what we've done over the course of years, and also with the with Ocean Shore water main that was installed with the DOT project, we got out ahead of that and looked at the valving there. And we looked at, and the intent is to have a valving system, known valves, and we know they operate, they're in good shape, that we would not have more than a 2 to 4 block area out of service and still have service around that break area too, because we got an elevated water tank, we got customers to the south that we need to continue to serve. So, so with this project and with the valves that were installed with the DOT project, it'll pretty much take care of this south area. And we have since also looked at the north area too. So at some point in time, the city may choose to take that same approach on North Beach side for the same area, to do the same thing.
And David, again, just for the record, we plan to do some checking to see if we have major leaks in the main line.
Yes, of course, when we're in there, you usually find some surprises, and you'll find some leaks usually because we're tying into these mains. We'll see how some of those old mains or old connections were made. We're disconnecting the old mains, and sometimes that's where we'll find some of those breaks and some leaks, and we'll solve those during the course of the construction.
But the valves will help you be able to pinpoint leaks as well, correct?
Yes, yes, definitely.
Commissioner Bryan.
Yeah, I know that a lot of this can be done with vertical drilling, correct? Have to do. I guess the point I'm making here is on the areas where you can have to dig it up. I'm sure that you're going to be giving the residents notice prior to that so that we don't get calls about streets being shut down or interruptions.
Yes, we will definitely have what we call a tailgate meeting, and have, whether it be in here, we've done in here before, we've done out, on site before, but we'll definitely have that. We'll also have city staff and our staff out in the field, so when problems do arise, if there's a complaint, if something isn't done right, we'll be right on it and be able to correct it with the contractor.
I appreciate it. We don't want any more repeat scenarios.
And those swales.
A year and a half ago.
No swale project.
All right, thanks a lot.
Commissioners, Mayor, anything else? City Manager, any other comments?
Okay, motion to award bid number FB 2021-2306 for the fiscal year 21 water system improvements in the amount of $390,847.99 to S.E. Klein Construction.
Second.
And it better not come out to $848.
Yeah, not another penny.
Pretty exact number. All right, I'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this particular agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Penny, if you could roll call.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumor?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Item 13, consider work assignment for the construction oversight management for the fiscal year 21 water system improvements to Mead and Hunt. City Manager, do you have your notes tabbed?
I got to have some eyes and ears out there that are technical, and these folks are pretty familiar with our system, and I trust them, and in fact, worked with David back in the day when I met James, the auditor, so a lot of this is coming back around. So I believe we need to proceed with this. This will help us oversee all of these work assignments and tasks that we have going on. There's a lot of moving parts, and we need to make sure that we are on top of it and don't miscommunicate to the public or, coordinate this very carefully with our own staff.
Commissioner Bellhumor.
So these are, this will be for such as the ones we just approved, correct?
Yes, it is for the project you just.
Ongoing projects and the ones we just approved.
This task order is specific to the project you just approved.
Okay. Thank you, Penny.
Any other questions or comments? I had one question. So this is fiscal year 21, but do you have a tentative wrap-up date for these projects or timeline?
The construction duration on this project, on the fiscal year 21 water main project, it's a 7-month contract. It's a lot of work in different places, so it'll take a while. So it's based on a 7th month contract duration. Obviously, the contractor will want to get it done hopefully sooner than that. We hope he gets it done sooner than that as well. So and that's our goal. But we're planning on at least 7 months.
And when would that start, assuming this would get approved?
With a bid award tonight, we would have to coordinate the execution of the contracts with the city. I would see a notice to proceed sometime next month if all went well.
Okay. Commissioners, Mayor, any other comments?
No.
City Manager. Okay.
We're ready to go, if you are.
Commissioner Bellhumor, do you have something else?
Ready to make a motion?
Go ahead.
Make a motion that we give a contract to Mead and Hunt for construction oversight and management for our water system improvements.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this particular agenda item? Seeing none, close public comment.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumor?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion passes unanimous. Item 14, consider a request for temporary waiver for the special event, which is called Starlight 5K. Applicant Carrie Mang. Carrie, if you could come on up. And Penny, did you want to start this off, or do you want the applicant to?
Sure. I
All
believe
right.
is this your second, would have been third, but I think it's her second event.
Third would have been fourth,
Oh, I'm on.
but 10th in Flagler County. This will be year 10.
So,
Wow.
Ms. Ming has done several events here in Flagler Beach. She's always been a good steward to the community. Her events, she leaves our city as she found it. So she's cleans up her mess, she
Not
abides
better?
by our rules.
Hope so.
We expect you to
At
make
least
it
the
better.
people running it.
You know, when you're having events, that's the best you can hope for, is that they treat you with the little respect you're sitting, and she always does. So Ms. Ming is before you tonight, not technically for approval for the event or anything about the event, except for the alcohol in Veterans Park. The other details of the event, staff will handle. Staff has a good handle on it and will manage it. We're specifically here for the approval to have the waiver for alcohol in Veterans Park. And I'll let her continue on that because I heard some information from her today, so.
Yes, so in the past, we've had free drinks for the runners, and Flagler Beachfront Winery has provided that the last few years, and basically anybody that participates gets one free sangria. This year, my after party is to be determined, just based on how COVID is looking at the time. What we're seeing across the board with most running events, which is what I do full-time, is direct events, is a decrease in the congregating after the running. So I'm here to get the approval for it just in case we do that, because in the past, I've had other local restaurants come out that hand out. We had Swillerby's handing out donuts. We had Bane's Barbecue with sandwiches. We had Java Joint doing hot chocolate. It's in December in the evening, so it's a little cool. We do s'mores around a portable stand-up fire pit, so it's just a whole atmosphere. So all of that is to be determined if it's in the best interest of the community to have that kind of congregating and gathering after the run. But the alcohol is limited. It's not for purchase. It's one per runner. It's very small cups of sangria. It's just a perk of the holiday event. It's in the evening, so they finish running around 6 p.m.
So if I'm hearing that correct, you're going to be working with, say, Chief of Police on that to get a safety determination?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I think he's already determined how many officers are required on my end to hire. We'll work with them with the DOT and the traffic control and so forth in the past.
Okay, Commissioner Mealy?
I had some questions, but not in relation to the alcohol. And Penny's saying we're not dealing with that, so I'll keep my questions.
Okay. Commissioners, are there any other questions for Carrie?
No.
I'm glad to see you bringing your events back here to Flagler Beach.
Thank you. Me too.
Yes.
We held it virtually last year. Obviously, just not the same. So very excited to bring it back.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, no other questions?
No, sir.
All right, look for a motion.
Make a motion, we grant the temporary waiver for the special event for Elevate events, I guess, to have alcohol in Veterans Park.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Carrie, if you could just take a seat, we'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item, which is the Starlight 5K and the alcohol part? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We don't need a roll call on this, do we, Penny? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimous. Congratulations, Carrie, and we're glad to have you back, or at least that part of it. All right. Next item, item 15, approved purchase agreement for the purchase of a Pierce fire truck. I'm assuming this is you, city manager. Before you get into this, though, I was a little thrown off by this getting on this particular agenda item because the money to purchase the truck is dependent upon budget approval, and we've only had one budget workshop, and we have a long way to go before we get budget approval. And this is up to commissioners and mayor, but I think that before we get into the weeds on this, I think we are almost at a point where the cart is before the horse on this. We have not locked in the funds. We don't, and the money's not there.
I asked that same question, and William had a very good response that made me feel like it was the appropriate thing to do. So I will ask
Lynn, what is the appropriate response that will make me feel good?
Well, I hope it makes you feel good, Mr. Chairman. What I was trying to do by putting this item on the agenda was simply preserving your option to save $23,000 on the truck. The truck we've identified has all the appropriate equipment, and it's going to be good to go, but it is for sale. And we could lose that opportunity for that discount if we were to allow it to be sold. So I've put this agreement together, working with the city attorney, to make sure that the language in it actually says that basically we can't move forward until the appropriation is done. It was only put on the agenda just to send a signal to the company that we're serious about the truck so they wouldn't sell it. So with that having been said, if it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest to you all that you could, if you wanted to, table this agreement tonight to a date certain, which I would say would be September 23rd, which is the second reading of the budget when it would become official. And if you instructed me to write a letter of interest to the company, they winked at me and told me they'd hold the truck. So it was all about trying to preserve your option to save money. It wasn't about getting the cart before the horse or, subjecting your authority to approve the funds. It was all about trying to preserve a discount.
Okay. It works. So.
I hope you feel better about that.
Well, I'm halfway there. So this is a non-committal letter?
It would be. I could work with the attorney and, he could put the magic words in there, but.
It's almost like first right type thing?
It's a first right of refusal like you would do any other kind of transaction. So it's just to let them know that we're serious about the truck. We're only talking about a few weeks anyway, but the fear was, hey, without some sort of interest from the community, how do they know? I mean, if they got a call saying they're ready to buy, if some other community was ready to buy it, then I didn't want to lose the opportunity.
Okay, and this is almost just a position letter. This doesn't involve any money. This is nothing.
I have no authority to commit the city to that. I would just be sending a letter to them saying, hey, hang on to that truck for us, we're coming.
Okay, and Commissioners, I'm sorry I jumped ahead, but I didn't want to get real deep into the weeds on this.
No, I had the same question of just making sure that there is no transaction of dollars moving forward.
So in the meantime, potentially, we could have workshops with the public, gain buy-in, make sure we have understanding, and this is all contingent upon the budget going through and the budget being approved, and this still has a lot of hurdles yet.
Absolutely. Again, all I was trying to do was preserve your options. It seemed to me a pretty worthy discussion, to have for $23,000. And when you combine that with the funds we're going to get from the developer contribution, that's about a 15% savings. So if we're going to proceed, and that is up to this commission, in the budget appropriation process, I'll just try to preserve as many options as I can for you.
Commissioners, Mayor, Commissioner Phillips.
I'm totally fine with you doing that, Mr. Whitson. I do think it's important that we table this today and that we do create a workshop date to make sure we're completely transparent with all of our citizens. I know we've had a lot of questions and concerns and a lot of misinformation out there. So I think it's really important before we proceed with this Pierce fire truck that we do that, we set up a date.
I have a question.
Commissioner Mealy.
Would that workshop be merely about the purchase of the truck, or would it have other items besides?
Specifically for the truck with subject matter experts here in the room. I mean, we have Captain Cox here tonight to answer any questions we have, but yes, I'm requesting that it just be strictly for the truck.
Okay.
Right, the truck is the only city business item. There's never been anything brought forward to this commission otherwise.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question.
Nothing is, outside of all that noise on social media, nothing's come before us otherwise, other than the truck.
That's why I asked.
That's a very good question.
Right.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
I think it's extremely important that we be a little more transparent with the public on this. We had a 10, 15-minute discussion during a workshop, and that's about all anybody knew about it. And those that were following would have assumed that we wouldn't be buying it until after it was in the budget. So I think it's the right way to go about it. And absolutely, I think it's we need to get feedback from our public, and especially and specifically to the purchase. So I'm on board with doing it that way. Thank you.
And there was a lot of questions brought to me by citizens of data around the truck and other things I couldn't answer. So a workshop will definitely
I've got
benefit everybody.
Got a lot of stuff too, but I'm not going to get into that if we can save it for a workshop.
Right. Mayor, Commissioner Bryan?
Workshop, it's good.
Yep, I think it's a great idea.
Okay, so it looks like we have a consensus on a workshop. We have a consensus on, do we have a consensus on doing this? We'll call it, for lack of a better term, purchase agreement. They can.
No, it'd be just
tentative.
it'd just be a letter of intent, just letter of interest. We
Okay,
could call it a letter of interest, because again, this is a gentleman's handshake. He said if he got the letter, then he would hold the truck, wink, wink. And then that was kind of the way I took it. But I couldn't hold him to it legally. But that it at least I'm trying to help save money. That's my job, is to help this community save money. And I felt to let that opportunity go by the wayside was not appropriate.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it would be like, legally, it'd be like a letter of intent without any consideration.
Right. Assuming this meets all the hurdles and gets through, then.
Well, but it's not even considering, it's not contingent on anything, but it is a good faith effort to do the best we can to try to save that money and have them on the record saying, giving their word.
It's a good faith effort on the city manager's part to save us money. Okay, so do we have a consensus on, well, Penny, you want to vote, or you want a consensus on that? Do we have a consensus on the letter of intent?
Yes.
Mayor? Commissioner Valier?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a consensus on that, and we have a consensus on workshop. How would you like to go about planning the workshop, Penny or city manager? You have the best way to do that? We would want to have that, well before our budget, so we're kind of pushing for time.
Yeah, we are, and we have a holiday in there too. So we have a budget workshop already scheduled on the 24th of August. So I would say let us get through that, and then right after that, sometime we'll find a date and work with you all and the public to announce it.
Yeah, because we're not going to get it done before next Tuesday.
No.
You don't think?
No, I don't think.
My schedule's free on Sunday.
Mine's not.
Okay, so we have a consensus on the letter, we have a consensus on a workshop. That's pretty straightforward. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this particular agenda item, which is the letter of intent concerning purchase of a Pierce fire truck? If you can, please state your name and address.
Donna Schneider, 2412 South Daytona. First off, for those of you who have bothered to talk to me, I do appreciate your time. I've been on this for about a year now, and I do appreciate you tabling this. The problem I have right now is the workshop that you're planning. You do not have enough information on how to save money. You have not explored, and I've repeatedly requested, that you get a price from Flagler County to provide service. You want to save $23,000. I'm not sure that's correct because there's another $6,000, I believe, in extra parts that isn't in this price. You have the potential to save millions of dollars. And I can't for the life of me understand why you would not get a price. There is absolutely no reason. You do not have information that you need to make a decision. And if you do this workshop and you don't get that proposal, you still don't have that information. So I'm going to ask again, get a proposal. Once you have facts, figures, what we can do, what we can't do, whether it's good for us or whether not, then have a workshop before we go down and purchase a truck. And then you spend your $500,000 for that. You're not going to vote any longer on going to the county. You'll look like fools. So I want to save everybody the trouble, and let's get this done now. Table the sale, buy a used one if you need to. This truck has 98,000 miles on it. That's 3,900 miles a year. We don't use that truck that much. We're not due for a primary vehicle yet. So I'm asking you, in the interest of everybody, to take the time and get a proposal. It doesn't hurt. You can still take the same vote later. You can still decide yes or no, but you're doing it with information. And I have a lot more to say, but unfortunately I don't have the time. And I'd like to talk to each one of you again individually to discuss it further. I've been doing a lot of research. I think there is some communication that could happen, and I wish you all would take the time to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Letter of intent regarding fire truck. All right, we'll close public comment. Just a question, city manager or attorney, for something like that, would that be something the citizen would want to apply for a agenda item at a city meeting for, to do something like that, or?
Well, if the commission was interested in hearing that, that's up to you, but I am totally 110% not interested in it. And I have already run some numbers and have started developing a fact sheet about the cost of the county versus city. And there's nowhere close in terms of the numbers per station or per FTE. So I don't think it would be an appropriate request to make, in my opinion.
Okay, good info. Commissioners, any other thoughts on that? Okay, all right. So we are done with that agenda item. We've already got our consensus. All right, item 16, resolution 2021-21. And Patrick, that would be you.
All right, resolution 2021-21, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach for the creation of an ad hoc committee, 4th of July Findings Committee, to advise the City Commission regarding means by which to address all aspects of the event, making findings, providing for the establishment, purpose, and said duties of said ad hoc committee, providing for appointed members and terms, setting forth officers' rules and procedures, providing for repeal, severability, and an effective date.
All right. I'm assuming this one's mine.
I can speak to it if Mr. Whitson wants me to.
Penny, if you could.
So based on the comments made at your previous meeting, I drafted this resolution to set up the guidelines for the committee. I've also asked you to come with a few names in mind, and each of you, excluding the mayor because she would be on the committee, to suggest a person to serve. I've also added staff as ex officio members, and also the Tourist Development Director, Amy Lukasik, to be as an ex officio officer as well. Staff, which would likely be the clerk's office, would provide support for this committee. Due to the time sensitivity of the amount of time it takes for planning 4th of July, I set the committee up for 1 year terms, but hopefully this would be done in about 6 months. I also set it up as an ad hoc committee. They have a sole priority goal they're going for, so they're not going to break off in other items. This is just about 4th of July, all aspects of it, whether it be cost, safety, fireworks, you know, whatever direction you say you want them, if you provide more direction, what you want them to research. So that's about all I have on that. If you approve of the resolution, if you have changes you'd like to make, we can do that at this meeting as well. It's a resolution. As long as we're not changing the title, we're good. So if you have changes, suggest them. If not, approve it and let me know the people you'd like to see on the committee.
Okay, so let's talk about changes first. Commissioners and Mayor, have y'all been able to review it? Do you have any potential suggestions for changes? Is this a good starting point for this?
I think Penny did an excellent job, so she knows what she's doing.
And this would kind of replicate the parking committee in function. Mayor Johnson, did you have something?
Nope, I do not.
Okay, so we don't need any changes. Everybody is in line with that?
No, just need to pick some members.
Okay, so we have members that we would pick, and I know that the original communication that I got when all of this was evolving was with Scott Spradley, who is also on the parking committee, and I know that I would want to put his name in.
He would be my first pick as
Mine
well.
too.
I didn't bother speaking to.
Names.
Oh, I didn't
Because
hear
I
it.
figured that would happen, and you don't have to choose from them, but in your summary, I did list the people who noted their interest on being on the committee, but I figured everybody would pile up on certain people.
So do you want us to email you those names, or how did you want that?
I'd like to have them to get this started.
Yeah, I think we ought to just go ahead and discuss it now and get them appointed, and then we'll go forward.
Right.
We don't have to vote on all of them. You pick somebody, I pick somebody. And I didn't pick Scott because I figured somebody else would.
I did.
So
I'll nominate Scott.
So I actually emailed Penny today, Rick Bowen. He is here today. Rick, you want to kind of wave your hand? Rick is
Hi.
interested in being on the committee as well.
And I picked Butch Naylor.
Okay, there's 4.
Hold on.
Who you got, kid?
I don't have any friends.
I did. Eric chose, Eric chose Scott Spradley. I chose Scott Fox.
Oh, so there's 2 Scotts.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Is that legal?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
So that's 4.
Need Ken.
All right, somebody else pick one for Ken. Mayor?
I was going to suggest Carla Klein. She's always very involved with the city as well, events with the city. Depending upon which way we go, there's a lot of creativity that can be brought
Did you
in.
ask her?
I've sent a message out to her, but
Okay.
it can either be an alternate or something.
Yeah, she's interested.
Sure, she'd be great.
Yeah, other folks that aren't on the list that have asked in person, I know Gail Wadsworth has asked in person. They didn't send an email or anything like that, though.
So Ken.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
we also have
better.
names on the sheet, too.
No, I'd say go, Gail's great, so.
Gail was on our
Tracy
review,
showed some-
charter review.
Ken said he'll go with Carla Klein, so we've
Oh.
got our 5.
Okay, so that is it?
That is it.
Okay. So we
Okay,
have to vote on the
motion
resolution.
to approve resolution 2021-21.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let me open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on resolution 2020-21? Mr. Stradley, if you can, please state your name and address.
Thank you. Scott W. Spradley. I live at 607 Yorkshire Drive, and my law office is about a block that way. And hello, everyone. Good evening. my thought is, first of all, in the resolution, I think it's both broad enough, but also specific enough to handle what I think the issues are going to be. I mean, there's been a lot of interest in this, and I think that you've done a good job of selecting names of people who actually will participate. But also, since there is so much interest in this topic, not just July 4th, but, you know, the fireworks, you don't have to be on the committee to have input in this. You know, these meetings are open, and I know that for the parking committee, not so much for the charter review committee, there wasn't much interest in that, but for the parking committee, we did have some level of participation of the public. So you can be involved without being on the committee, and I urge anyone who has an interest in how July 4th is handled to show up at these meetings. And I would also, I agree with Penny that we're on a short fuse. You know, the parking committee, I think.
No pun intended.
Right. But I think the parking committee, I think we met for what, 2 years or something? Because we didn't have any bookends, you know? And so, but now we do. So I'm hopeful that, and I think I saw the materials where meetings were contemplated for, if not monthly, then biweekly. And I think if that, biweekly, I think would be in order. I mean, we're getting ready. We're the second half of the year. We've got holiday season coming up. And so, but anyway, beyond that, I support the resolution as it was drafted and approved.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Sounds like an eternity to me.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this particular agenda item?
But he looks like a photographer.
Yeah.
Beautiful photographer.
Any other members of the public? No, seeing none, we'll close public comment. And Penny, if you could roll call?
Commissioner Bellhumor?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Can we take a break?
Yes to the motion. Motion passes unanimous. I have a request for a break.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're all okay with that. Would you all like to do about 10 minutes, resume at 1:15? Okay, if you can, we are we are on break, and we'll resume at 1:15. And just turn the lights off for Penny. Are you ready, Penny? Okay. The proposed pilot New Year's Eve fireworks display from the county tourism department. Mayor Johnston, that is you.
Yes, this is an item to get the discussion going. We've sent one request to TDC. It was denied. We decided to take another route and spend the funds before the fiscal year ended. And that way we'd adhere to what the letter guidelines were. We are at a time sensitivity on this. The ad hoc committee would not have their answer until January 22nd. I did speak with city manager on this because if we were to have this this New Year's Eve event with fireworks, it is going to put about $10,000 into our budget. So a quick estimate of what we have done. So we would need to be able to budget. So this is just a request of, do we want to put in the request for the funds for the proposed New Year's Eve pilot program? I reached out and I spoke with some county commissioners, and Greg Hansen and Dave Sullivan have said, and I would like it in writing with the request, that if the pilot program was to flop or not be a success, that we go back and we request the funds, the $25,000 again. They felt like this event for New Year's Eve was a perfect TDC style event, a perfect event to draw people into the community and essentially just be a great success. And they found no reason not to have TDC not give us the funds if it was not to be successful, or if we had to continue and do the 4th of July fireworks if we just took that decision with the ad hoc committee. So it's a request for the funds with the caveat that we have to be guaranteed those funds for 4th of July.
Say that again.
To go send a letter to TDC for a request for the fiscal 2022 year firework fund, the 25,000, but the guarantee that if we had 4th of July fireworks, that TDC would give us the money. The 25,000 is an additional funds. It's been promised, but those can be like campaign promises. So we need to have a guaranteed yes.
I'm not really
I'm not
tracking with you. So you're requesting that we use next 4th of July's money for New Year's?
Yes, we
Then
were
what-
denied by TDC to use our 2021 funds because of the fiscal year. So then I reached out to Santori Fireworks. I asked if we could spend the money in 2021, have them hold the fireworks. That way we would still be using the money within the budgeted 2021, and that was still denied. I don't really understand why.
Denied by who?
Denied by Amy. Do you want to offer some words on
Well,
that?
no, this is
okay.
This is your item, but so I mean, we can't use our next 4th of July money on fireworks for New Year's as a test. What will happen to the money for the 4th of July?
That is when Greg Hansen and Sullivan said that we could go in front of TDC and request additional funds, and they would be approved. But I told them I do not feel comfortable spending the money on something that's not guaranteed.
The request would be to write a letter laying out the program, including a New Year's fireworks show, see if it worked, and see if they would fund that. And it's a second letter just saying, hey, we would like to have New Year's, and we would also plan a 4th of July fireworks show if this committee, came back with a recommendation. So it's just kind of putting the request out there saying, hey, this is our program, this is what we would like to see happen. Are you on board with that? It's a request.
So what we're doing is asking for additional funds for 2 firework programs.
Because our 2021 funds were denied
Correct.
for this year.
So
That's because they have to be spent within the fiscal year.
which we tried to do, but we were gonna have them hold the fireworks, but it was still denied.
Why was it denied on that? Because we were gonna buy the fireworks.
I don't understand that either. I thought that was a great workaround and to be able to spend the money within the 21 fiscal year, but it was still denied.
So the letter is basically asking for 2 sets of fireworks next year. Am I understanding that right?
Yes.
And we've been denied monies for this year's
Yes.
fireworks, should we want to do it on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Because that's a different fiscal year.
But we tried to spend the funds this fiscal year, yeah.
understand.
Should we make
So
a
again, it's
second
just,
request
it's just
to
a
do it that
letter,
way?
it's just a letter clarifying, this is what we'd like to do. Are you on board or not?
So it's,
Otherwise, we have to scrap the whole discussion of New Year's Eve.
right, but I'm looking at the agenda item. So I guess the way it's written was on the agenda is a little bit misleading. So the letter we're going to send is going to be asking for funding for New Year's Eve and 4th of July fireworks. That is the letter that we're requesting,
Yes.
because the money for the last 2 years of 4th of July is evaporated and gone into somewhere.
Correct.
You don't get what you don't ask for.
I mean, it's definitely,
Yeah, I don't
Hey,
mind
I've tried
writing a
every
letter.
angle to get the money from 2021.
yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with asking. Assuming that their commissioners, is there still an appetite for New Year's Eve test of fireworks?
Absolutely. I suggested that last year when we missed out on 4th of July, thinking that COVID may not last so long, and maybe we could have them in New Year's. So now we've gone another year, missed another 4th of July. So yeah, I'm definitely on board for trying to make up for it.
It's been very well received throughout the community, and speaking with the residents and also even the Flagler County residents, that lots of people would like it, that it would be a great success. But we can't take that financial burden depending upon ad hoc's decision on January 22nd.
Well, again, we're asking just to write a letter.
That's right.
I'm in favor of writing a letter.
Okay, so do we have a consensus on letter, Commissioner Bellinger, Brian?
I'm not opposed to a letter.
Okay, and who's this letter going to? Is this going to TDC?
Yes.
The same people that denied us twice already?
Yep.
I'm not opposed to writing a letter.
Should we copy the
The commissioners?
the
I think
commissioner
the county
that's-
commissioner should be on it.
Okay.
Penny's got something.
Penny?
Isn't their process to submit an application for an event? I mean, wouldn't you, if you want to move it forward, but they may have a deadline for those as well? Because they usually fund all their events, approve them in a round.
That's true.
Well, I guess the letter would be asking, I guess it would be kind of finding out if it's even worth going through that process.
Yeah, the letter is like, here's what we would like to do. Are you on board? If you're not, what's the right process? I mean, we can lay the letter out and just ask the question. The only thing I have to say about it is that if we're granted the New Year's fireworks, say, that we haven't put money in the funds in the budget yet for any kind of police operations for New Year's. But that budget isn't, as you've already said tonight, isn't done yet. And we do have the workshop coming up on the August 24th, for next week. So why not go ahead and get the letter out and get the process started, and then we'll know.
Okay, any other questions or thoughts on that?
Only thoughts I have is that the train is moving fast on the whole thing. I mean, I know we want to do New Year's, or we'd like to consider it, And we're trying to put the group together to study this before the end of the year. And we have funding that's coming up that we hope that we can get. I mean, it seems, I don't know, all of this is going to take a lot of time because we have to look into the resources for our support staff. You know, all of this has to be taken into consideration. I'm not against the fireworks or anything. It's just that there's a lot of moving parts here. And I mean, I'm not against the letter, but I think that, I don't know, it just seems like it's moving very fast here, and that may be why it was turned down. I don't know. But there's nothing wrong with moving forward with the letter. Let's go with the letter and see what happens.
I think in addition to the letter, I think we're at a point where it might be worth having a conversation to speed things up, and then you could get back with us on that potentially at the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That way we can, get things going.
Yep, it's either we're gonna move forward or it's dead in the water. But the residents in the county, people seem like they would really like it.
Well, I mean, some people would have fireworks every weekend.
Well, the chair of the TDC is Donald O'Brien, correct? Commissioner O'Brien?
Yes.
The chair?
Yeah,
No.
because he's
Sullivan.
chair of the
No, the
commission.
TDC is Sullivan.
I thought the chair of the commission is also the
No,
chair.
chair of the commission is O'Brien, but the chair of the Tourist Development Council is Sullivan.
Is who?
Okay, well, that's a
David
change
Sullivan.
from
They
Oh,
split it
really?
up.
regular order because
Usually
typically
it's-
it's the chairman of the commission. So maybe you might want to talk to Commissioner Sullivan.
I did, and he said, that he would be, him and Greg Hansen were both very positive about if we needed the funds for 4th of July, that it would be approved.
Well,
But I want to have that in writing.
That, you don't get what you don't ask for, like I
That's
said.
right.
I get it. Yeah, I'm on board.
Yeah, it's a letter. That's easy enough. Okay, so we have a consensus.
Mhm.
Okay, that's not action-based, so we can just move on from there. Okay, item 18, discussion and consideration regarding amending Chapter 2, rules and procedure for commission meetings. And this is what came up last meeting. This was, and actually there's a couple pieces to this. This was an original request for second section of public comment at the end of the meeting, which is a procedure change. And the rationale for that, and this goes all the way back to when I was a member of the public, is we cover a lot of ground on these meetings, and there are things that come up that, the public doesn't have a chance to weigh in on until potentially the very end. And I know that as a member of the public, back when I was sitting in those chairs, it would have been nice to be able to table some of those things at the end of the meeting. But then on top of it, while I was going through the rules and procedures for meetings, there's a couple other things that I wanted to point out that we have not, over any of the years that I've known, really been following, and I wanted to make sure we're all in alignment on that, because if we change one thing, we have the ability to change other things. So one of the things is, when you have an agenda item, we have the people who are presenting there that are on agenda shall be allowed to speak uninterrupted collectively for no more than 10 minutes unless this time be extended by a majority vote of the commission. And for the 7 years I've been coming to meetings, that has never been followed. And for instance, tonight our own accountants, when they did their presentation, went way past that. But what we would need to do is we would need to, at the 10-minute mark, we need to stop and just to make sure we have an agreement that it's going to go past that or extend a certain amount of time. Do y'all have any thoughts on that particular thing?
I think we leave it the way it is and do what you just said. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of pause and say, okay, commissioners, are we okay with continuing this for, say, another 10 or something?
That's good.
Okay. I read that, and I had never seen this before. And I've never known it to actually be followed. The other thing that was in here is, and this applies to all topics. This applies to quasi-judicial, this applies to general, this applies to public, this also applies to public comment. There is repetitive verbiage of repetitive or redundant comments. So I'll give you exactly what it says. Redundant or repetitive comments are deemed to have dilatory effect on the expeditious and orderly progress of the meeting or not allowed. And and I talked to Drew and Patrick on this earlier, and the wording is okay. But basically what it's saying is that if you have, a topic where there's a lot of folks in favor, and then you would not allow that to continue. And the wording in here was just a little bit tough. So basically, I was reading it very literal, where if one person was in favor of something, anybody behind them that was in favor from that would not continue. But Drew kind of cleared that up and said that would technically be different because it's a different person. But the wording in here could probably use a little bit of wordsmith to clean that up some. Jane, you had some thoughts?
Well, I like that it says that. If you'll remember at the last meeting when we took a break and we were kind of concerned, I said, when you start to hear that everybody's saying the same thing, that you could stop it and ask if there were any speakers on the other side of the issue.
Yep.
And so once you get 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 people saying the same thing in different words, they feel better because they got up to say their thing. We didn't learn anything new. So I think you could stop it and just say, okay, does anybody on the other side have anything? I watched the school board meeting last night. They had public comment on masks for 3 hours, with maybe 2 people being in favor of them. And I really wish that somebody had said, it got nasty besides that, and they had to clear the hall, but that's a separate issue. There was no need for everybody to get up and say the same thing over and over and over again. So I like that we have this. I think as the chair, you have a little bit of leeway as to how you apply it.
You do, and in the beginning, it talks about that a little bit. There, you can make exceptions for it, and
Yeah.
so there is a buffer there.
And I don't like it if we make it too specific, because then you don't have that leeway.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like the way it is. Okay.
Yep, I like having that in there. I worry about the wording. If you read it literally after one comment on that thing, then it stops. Yeah, and so that's my only call out on that, Commissioner Bellhammer.
The thing is, you might have people that are for something and people are against something, but people may be for it for this reason or that reason or the other reason. Now, if everybody gets up and uses the same reason, then that I understand. But it's helpful to us to hear the different reasons.
If there are different reasons.
If there's a different reason behind their objection to something or favoring something, then I don't think we should stop it because it's just for or against. So
No,
I think
okay,
that's very helpful to us to get that feedback from our public comment, and that's what it's there for.
All right, I wasn't clear enough.
Okay, so.
That's what I meant. If somebody says, I'm in favor of it because, and then the next person has a different because, then I'm all right with it. But often, and you've been on the commission a while, you know that often people just get up and say the same thing.
And also, there's a flip side to the coin. I worry if you don't follow it literally the way it is written, and you put subjectivity in there, then you could face, and help me out with this, Patrick, potential litigation, whereas if you let comments go longer than normal on one topic and you don't let them go on another topic, you could get into this subjective area where that's not okay.
You could. Let me add a little bit of clarity that might help. Because one of the things you don't want to have is a repeated or a very dogmatic drawing of lines. This particular provision that's in here is in almost every government that we represent code, and almost every government we don't represent, they have some version of this. It's very typical. There's nothing unusual about this. Usually, it is not used to stop opinions. So I'm for, I'm against. That's not what this is designed for. This is for repetitive comments from the same speaker, but you have a time limit. So the time limit helps stop that. But if they were up there for 3 minutes and saying, I'm against this, I'm against this, I'm against this, thank you very much, we've heard you, do you have anything else to offer? That's a way to enforce it without gaveling them down or anything like that. With respect to other people, their opinion is their opinion. Just because they have the same opinion as someone else, that's not repetitive and it's not redundant. That's their opinion. Where it gets repetitive or redundant, if there's 10 people that want to come and tell you about the particular water leak that happened at their house. That's not an opinion, it's a fact. So we've got it. We've heard that there was a water leak. We're going to address it, and we're going to talk about it. The way you can address repetitive opinions is, for example, 4 people come up, they have the same opinion. Okay, I hear you. It seems like we have a lot. Do we have other speakers that want to come up and express the same opinion? Not going to stop you from doing it, but we do hear you, and we recognize it. If you want to come up, we'll still let you, but we hear you. So we've heard your opinion, and then and that will make some folks that don't want to come speak. They're nervous about speaking. A lot of people are nervous about speaking. They'll say, okay, they heard, they understand, I have the same opinion, they'll sit down. Other people won't. They'll want to come up and talk, and they can. So there's a lot of ways to enforce this provision or work around it, but the particular language of it itself is very commonplace. But it is not intended to allow you to make subject matter conclusions about people's opinions and whether or not they should then not be allowed to give them, because that is where you do run into problems. I hope that helps. I know it's a little bit murky.
That explains why the school board got.
So the fact that they had 3 hours of everybody saying the same thing.
That is why you guys get the big bucks.
I want to get to, I'm going to argue with you a little.
But I agree. There is a way to say, you know, we will let you come up and give your opinion, but we hear that there's a large outpouring, that you're against masks for whatever reasons, the reasons we've heard, and we hear you and we understand and we take that into consideration. If anyone still wants to come up, then you got to sit there for 3 hours, but you can do it over and over again, and you will weed out some folks that it is truly redundant and repetitive opinion. But, you know, when you deal with speech issues, sometimes you err on the side of caution.
So our opening of this section says, Flagler Beach City Commission meetings are formal government meetings that are conducted to transact public business. They are not public forums.
And that is true. That is true. But
So, go ahead.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
To me, you're describing a public forum.
And
That's not what these meetings are.
that's correct. But if, to use an example from today, if 4 people wanted to get up and speak against the fire truck, and you said, okay, we've heard enough about that, now let's hear from the people that are in support of it, and you let 5 of them talk, even if you don't have a legal claim, you might have issues that arise in your daily political lives that you don't want because you're drawing lines at a public meeting based on people's opinions. It doesn't mean you're going to be in a lawsuit, because it's not a traditional public forum, but as a general matter, you don't want to be in the business of drawing lines based on opinions.
Murky.
I don't like it.
I will point out the best part of all of these rules to you. It's the very first part that says these are guidelines and may be amended and used differently when practicable. So you do have that authority. These are not commandments.
because we're supposed to tend to our business in an orderly and expeditious manner. And I don't see how we're doing that if we have to listen to the same thing over and over again. I'm not against public comment. I think it's great when people come out and make their opinions known. However, it's not a public forum.
It's not a public forum, and you have rules about disruption. You have a whole nother set of rules about public discourse and how you're supposed to govern under your resolution, and those can obviously be enforced too.
That was a tough one. Yeah. Okay. All right. So with the 10-minute one, we have a consensus on that. That's easy. We can just pause, make a decision on that. I think it sounds like we're all kind of on the same page about the repetitive comments, I believe, you know, because they are guidelines, and so it's, you know, that can be a dynamic piece. The only other piece was checking with y'all if you were okay with allowing public comment before adjournment at the end of the meeting. Did y'all have thoughts on that or comments, Commissioner Pellinger?
Yeah, I have the same thoughts that you did. Having gone to quite a few county meetings where they have comments before and after the business part of the meeting, and after you know, after all the real business part of the meeting's done. I often wondered why we didn't do that, because during the course of the meeting, it does generate some thoughts in your mind as to questions or that you may want to have answered or suggestions you may want to make. So I'm not against it. I think it's a good idea.
Any other?
But just
Susie looks like she
make
wants
the rest of the meeting a little shorter, and then don't have to worry.
Noted. Mayor Johnston?
Would it be I have a question. Would it be strictly on agenda items that were discussed? Or my thought is, because now you're going to have people showing up late to the meeting, now discussing items that are not on the agenda, and now they have two options to come in and speak. So would it be strictly on items discussed that evening on the agenda?
Well, public comment is kind of open. It's kind of funny you bring that up, because when we get into the quasi judicial items, those can't begin till after 6. Patrick, and is that because of particular law or process that is in place? Right. So
It's under state law and advertising rules and things like that.
So I guess if the reason why they can't be done till 6 is because there are folks that probably could not make that time. So we can't get into certain items until 6 o'clock. And so if you're a member of the public and you have something you'd like to share at the meeting, you can't make 5:30. That would be your only other time to do it, is at the end. Penny? Make them stay for the whole thing. Right. Even through the accounting part.
So just for clarification, if somebody speaks at a meeting during public comments, can the same person speak at the end? Or do they just have one shot?
I believe county lets you speak.
Yeah, and I just looked at their agenda, and the second public comment section is still for things not on the agenda.
They call it community outreach. It's gaining feedback from your citizen base.
But it's still not about things that are on the agenda.
Okay.
So that would fit the bill. Penny was saying, you know, people who couldn't get here at the right time, they could, and still wanted to make a point.
That
for
makes
us to
sense.
hear.
Mhm.
So,
And
Right.
would we do it before commission comments?
yes.
Okay.
Well, and that makes even more sense, because any action-based agenda item has public commentary
Right.
with it, if it's action-based. If it's not action-based, then it doesn't. So that would make sense. If you miss the first one, you have a chance to do the second. And it doesn't say anything about if you talked at the first one, you can't talk at the second or anything, right?
No, it's not, doesn't say, you can talk twice.
Okay. I'm fine with it.
So you went away from only having it at the end instead of twice?
Oh, I would not want to have it just at the end.
Okay.
I would want two. I think if we have it only at the end,
I think
we
that
might not
would
get
reason,
home till really late.
well, there wouldn't be the
It wouldn't be the
feedback
beginning
from the,
part, so
we
that
wouldn't
part
get,
becomes shorter.
we wouldn't get people that would sit through a whole meeting to give us, their thoughts or concerns to the degree that we do if they come early in the meeting and are able to leave soon after that.
I mean, also, there's people that email all the time, please provide this to the commissioners. They even ask me to read things into the meeting, and I tell them, no, that is not the process. We did that when we were doing Zoom meetings for COVID because the public didn't have access to come in here, so I would read their email verbatim. But otherwise, I just forward them. I gave you two tonight.
Mhm.
I ensure that you get them. If they get them to me before I walk in this room to start the meeting, you're gonna see it, if they didn't copy it. So there's more than one way to communicate their feelings to you.
I know the county commission meetings that I did attend, I know the second public comment period is pretty short.
Yeah, and a lot of times, nobody gets up at all.
I guess
And you know how often we don't have anybody here.
Yeah, I guess my
It's
concern
nice to
is,
see, a large group still here tonight.
I really, especially last meeting, felt it was important to hear as much feedback as we could from the public, and that was out of procedure, but, and that's how this got brought up, and
Okay, I would like to, thinking of the last meeting, I wasn't totally thrilled with having a second open meeting, but okay, I'll go along with that. But one topic for each person. Each person gets up once. I mean, it could be once in the in the 5:30 time and one at the end, but not get up and go through some litany of everything they've been building up over the past 2 weeks. Which it says in here, you can only talk about one item. So I would like to stick to that. I found what happened at that last meeting was totally unproductive, and the only person who got anything out of it was the one person who got up several times. And so if you're amenable to that, then I'll go along with the rest of it.
yeah, and I think that is a good call out. Question though, what if, and we've had this brought up, we've had residents that have had more than one question about their particular property, little short bullets.
About their own property?
Right.
Go to the building department and ask.
Oh.
I'm serious.
And the only concern I have is how many times will the individual be allowed to get up and speak? I mean, because the last meeting, you can have an individual that comes up 3 or 4 times, talking about different issues. And then it's not fair to the rest of the individuals that are trying to speak.
Right.
So I think there needs to be some guardrails or guidelines.
Well, that's why I said
individuals can
once.
follow. Yeah.
And
And that's
one
the only
item.
concern I have. I'm not opposed to individuals speaking in the beginning and at the end, because I agree. During the meeting, there are some things that may come up, and you just kind of miss the boat, if you don't have an opportunity to address it. And I've been in that position before, and they said, no, sit down, you spoke already. So, and I don't think it's fair, to do that to individuals.
So you're for 2 comment periods.
As long as there's a limitation on the number of times an individual can get up and speak.
That would be 1.
Yeah.
Right. Penny?
So I would just basically copy from the first public comment section, paste it at the bottom under commission comments, and bring this to your next meeting in the form of an ordinance. And then you can go have your 2, it is an ordinance, it's not a resolution, it's codified.
And that is what the county does. When Donnie reads the thing about behavior and whatever, it's the same thing at the beginning and the same thing at the end. He says the same thing. Yeah.
And is it 2 separate topics when they stand up and speak during public comment?
No, 1 topic, right?
One time.
No,
One topic early and another topic.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, yes.
No, that shouldn't be, and that's not what this says. This says that you can only talk for 3 minutes on any one subject,
Right.
but doesn't say that you can't get and use your 3 minutes and talk about 4 subjects.
Right.
Many
No,
people
I'm
do
saying
that.
if someone stands up in the beginning and talks about the fire truck and they've run out of their time, they stay to the end of the meeting. So now someone's preparing a 6-minute presentation instead of a 3-minute presentation. So is it topic A in the beginning and topic B at the end? Or can they do?
That's the way I picture it.
Okay. Right,
That makes sense, yes.
okay.
But what Rick was saying was different than what you were saying, right?
I mean, you can codify that, but Sherry, you're gonna have to regulate that if that's what you want, because they're gonna do it. They're going
Yeah.
to do it. If someone is that heartfelt over an issue, and they have that opportunity to come back up again and take another bite, they're going to do it.
Yeah, so it's another gavel thing for you.
Yay.
Well, I'm not sure if Rick and I are on different pages.
Can we do a trial?
A pilot.
Pilot.
My feeling is,
Well, we've been talking about this for a half an hour, so.
my feeling is, can I talk? My feeling is, we go through these whole agendas and we offer people time to speak. And I don't think that after we vote, that we need to hear again. I would rather that time at the end, the open discussion time, community outreach time, whatever, be on items that are not on the agenda.
That's correct.
Well, it sounded to me, and maybe I misunderstood what you said, it sounded to me like, oh, I listened to the presentation and I forgot to say something, and then they voted and it was too late for me to say something. So I want to say it now. But I don't see the point to that.
No, everybody gets a chance during the
Yes.
agenda items.
Okay, I'm glad we're all agreeing on that. Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so do we have a consensus
Yeah,
on
cut and paste, right?
cut and paste?
I'm good with cut and paste.
Commissioner Bryan?
Cut and glue.
Okay.
No sniffing.
Oh, yeah.
No
And Penny, is that a vote item?
Or was it,
Or is that
was
consensus?
it you that said the wrong thing about posting?
Okay, we're gonna need to do a motion. We're gonna need to do a
Remember what she said.
Commissioner Mealy.
I'll make
Sticks and something.
Hold on, we got multiple
Sorry.
meetings going on.
Sorry.
So we will need a motion for that before we can move on from some.
I'll make that motion, Penny. That
And I'll
we,
second that motion.
that we add, that we cut and paste the same language for public comment before staff reports, but after, before commission comments.
No, before.
Oh, I thought it was before adjournment.
Before
That's what the
commission
county
comments.
has before.
That's my motion.
So we're not doing that before adjournment?
No, before
That's
commission.
not how the
comments.
county does it. but,
Okay.
If you're trying to duplicate what they do it before commission comments and staff.
The school board had an interesting, each person that got up, all 3 hours worth, had to give their name to the district's attorney, acts as sergeant at arms. and she had the list of who was going to talk and what the subject was.
What we did when I was county commissioner, you had to
Jane
fill out.
had, Jane
I'm
had a
sorry.
second.
I seconded the
You had to
motion.
fill out a form, actually, prior to the meeting and submit
Yeah.
it to the attorney.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let me open this up to public comment regarding this agenda item. So public comment regarding rules of procedure of city commission meetings. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda? Seeing none, close public comment. Okay, you don't need a roll call on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hear none, motion passes unanimous. All right, commission comments. Mayor John Sten.
All right, I have a couple things. One, we already discussed in CRA, and that was about meeting with tobacco-free Flagler for Veterans Park for First Fridays. I also attended a webinar for Florida City Strong, and there was two main issues being discussed. There was the water issue, and it was discussed in great detail regarding the timeline from 2021 to 2032 and gray water discounts for developers, as well as the second issue was the federal funds and American Rescue Plan allocation and how those were going through with the different size cities for allocation. And it was just very interesting. We're on a smaller scale, so we would fall in that second category of allocation of funds. Then we also had the beach cleanup. We had a new group out. It was the Fabulous Females of Palm Coast. And you know what? It was great. There were ladies from Orban Beach, Flagler Beach, Palm Coast. They were all there. It would be really nice if we could have a Fabulous Females of Flagler Beach group come on out.
Sounds fabulous. They represented too. It was a large
they had
group.
a good group. Yeah.
And they were high energy too.
Yeah. There was one woman there that was probably in her 90s picking up
Really?
trash too.
I was going to ask you what kind of age group they were.
Across the board.
Oh.
Yeah, I would say it started probably 30s and went all the way up to probably early 90s.
And then they had breakfast at the Funky Pelican afterwards, all together.
Wow.
So the next beach cleanup is September 4th. And then I also had a conference, webinar as well with the League of Cities Mayors Conference with the Agriculture Commissioner, Nikki Find. And it's funny because this conversation, it's already changed with Flagler County Health Department. It was a discussion regarding the cities needing more testing centers, antibody testing centers, and there's such a high demand. And even since the webinar, now our health department has even changed and added testing centers and additional hours. Then the last thing I had was the lights on the pier, and this one's going to be for you, William. Have they been fixed? I received a letter from someone regarding the lights on the pier. It's dangerously dark. That I'm afraid we're going to have a liability of someone out there when those are out.
2 words, turtle season. But yes, there is a contract, work order underway to add the lights, and it's through a grant to the TDC, and we're supposed to complete that work before the end of the fiscal year, and then turn them on after turtle season. But it's turtle season that's the issue.
Okay, is there anything that we can do just to get words out to bring your own stuff? This person, they were concerned about tripping. I mean, they said it was dark enough that they tripped over a bench, tripped over poles, and they were just concerned. They were concerned for our city.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation, but, that is the rules.
Okay.
And I've had extensive conversation with that agency the other day about completing the dune walkovers, and they're like, no. So I don't know what to do.
Right.
That's interesting because they've never made us turn them off before. I mean, we turned off the street lights, but we never turned off the pier lights, and they've always been the yellow period, the yellow bulbs.
Yeah.
I do know that you can have pretty significant lighting in that amber shade, I use it at my business, and my lights are not dim. And, you know, liability-wise, everything has to be well lit, and those amber lights are still bright. And so I would think if I could do it, y'all could do it, as long as they're in that shade of yellow that is, you know, acceptable to them. The brightness level is good. I mean, you can see just fine in my lot, and they're bright.
But these lights aren't anywhere near as bright as yours, and not only that, the reason that they don't want you to have lights to attract turtles is so you don't attract them ashore.
I was going to
So
say
you
that.
got lights out in the water that's going to attract them in the right direction, and they're not allowing it.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to
So
say. That
I don't
doesn't
get
make
why
sense.
all of a sudden we can't have lights on the pier.
This is FWC saying this?
Let me go back and double check this, but this is what I'm being told. And that the pier lighting that's out there is like 7 watts or something. We do have lighting, but it's designed in mind, keep in mind with a turtle, and that until we get turtle season over with, we can't do anything else.
Oh, so we weren't forced to turn off the lights that we have already?
No, they're on.
This
but
complaint
they're-
came, they said there was 0 lights, so maybe the lights were
Maybe
not.
the
Well, I
lights
did
were
drive
on
by
that-
the other day and I saw that the lights weren't working on the pier. So I didn't see the regular dots out there like I typically do, and that was a couple of days ago.
Okay, that
So
might have
that
been
may
it.
have been, but we weren't told to turn off the lights.
No, it's just
Okay, so
that
yeah,
the
the yellow
lighting
lights
that's
have been-
there is what's there, and
Okay.
it's being done in compliance with guidelines, is what my
Then I
understanding.
can respond saying we do have lights, they just happen to not be working that day.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
That was easy.
That one was easy.
Commissioner Bryan.
I'm going to be real easy. Attended League of Cities conference last week with several of the other commissioners here and the city manager, and attended a lot of the workshops and all they have there, and I'll just leave it at that. Learn a lot about ethics and being the city commissioner. And this Saturday, I will certainly be out here in the park with my tent, keeping my bald hair protected from the sun. And I'll also, but I'll also have some samples of the cedar boards that may possibly be used for the benches. I'll also have a sample of the recycled plastic that could conceivably be used as well. So I actually bought some of the cedar where you can actually do 2 of the benches, and I have it. I'll cut it and drill it this probably tomorrow and have it available. And I'll also be talking to people and having them sign up for sponsorship for a bench for a veteran. In the honor of that particular veteran, and just go ahead and start the list now, because I think it's going to work out quite well. And then also try to solicit some interest as far as raising funds to replace the fountain that we have out here. So I'll be out there engaging with the community.
We have Flagler Strong working on that?
Yes.
Okay, so you're working with
Teamwork.
them?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They can always use more muscle.
No, brain.
Also it is.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
I also attended my 5th League of Cities conference already. It would have been 6 if it hadn't been canceled last year, so. As a voting member, I typically share the resolutions with the rest of the commission that I vote yes to, but I didn't have that list before I went, and I didn't get a chance to gather it together today. So I'll get that list and get it to Penny. Maybe she can send it to the others. And then, okay. And in my packet?
No, it wasn't in your book. I had given it to you previously, printed out and put it in your mailbox. As a matter of fact, it came in an envelope from the league. I gave you the entire envelope.
Okay. It's easy enough to find, and I'll send it to you, and you can just, okay. Well, I'd just like them to know what I voted yes to.
And he did such a good job.
Yes. So we got a email today from Lee Richards, and we're finally going to get some new windows in the Wickline buildings. Yay, yay. I've been pressing on that for years to went through the emergency management, correct?
That was
So-
that was the mitigation grant?
Yep, it's the hazard mitigation grant, and Lee has been faithful to sit on that group, and he's doing a good job, getting great feedback, and we'll probably get more money because he's very active.
Well, that's excellent, because I've been trying to get somebody to go after that money for years now. So I'm glad staff finally got that done. Went to my regular TPO meeting. There wasn't a whole lot of anything going on other than people saying goodbye to Lois. Lois Bollenbach's been.
This was her last meeting?
Yeah, it was her last meeting, correct. And just I went to the police pension trustees meeting. And all I got to say about that is I'm glad that we don't do our budget the way that we did their budget. Because I'll just leave it at that. That's it. That's all I
That's
got.
it? Commissioner Mealy?
Okay, the chamber held a Zoom meeting on the COVID liability law, you know, where somebody could come into your store and say, I caught it there, and how you can protect yourself from that. There's a whole lot of stuff. It's not that easy for somebody to just say, oh, I went to the 7-Eleven and I caught COVID, so it's Eric's fault. I'm sure you have hand sanitizer in the store. You have all kinds of guidelines in there. And then there are all kinds of steps they have to go through to get to that point. So, but it was interesting to listen to. If you need anything more definite, Debbie, for your store, I would contact Greg Blose, who's the head of the chamber now. And he spelled it out really clearly.
That's good info.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I can share my notes with you, but I think it might be better if you contact him. I sat through the same Zoom meeting that Susie did, and that was good too. Fire Pension Board, aside from the comment that Rick made about the police, I'd like to say that the pensions are very solid. Everybody knows how well the stock market's doing, so it shows up on their reports as well. Went to the conference, the annual conference, and I attended the Legislative Policy Committee meeting on natural resources and whatever they're calling it this week. They keep changing the name of the committee. And we picked 2 priorities, which is what we're allowed to have. And one deals with tree protections. The tree protection law that was passed last year by the legislature. We're looking to say that should only apply to developed land. You know, you can call an arborist and say, yeah, that tree's no good. You can cut that down. It should not apply to undeveloped land, because what they're doing, of course, we all know, is they're coming in and clear cutting everything. And so the league is going to work on changing that law. And then there are these things called PFAS, which are per and polyfluorolite substances. And what they
does
are,
that mean?
it's a chemical. And what affects us most as a city, it is used by the fire department. It's in their bunker gear, and it's in some of the things they use to put fires out. And they're dangerous. They're dangerous to people. And it goes in the water, and it goes in the soil, and it poisons things. So we're looking to clean that up. Yeah, it's bad. I never heard of it until the beginning of this season with the legislation. And the more you read about it, the more you go, oh my God. So the league is going to work on that.
So, question,
Yeah.
is, that is in, so you say it's in some of the fire department gear. I assume that there's alternatives, right? No?
No, because it is a fire suppressant, so it's what they use. And that's why there have been all kinds of, the fire departments around the state have worked to get more in their pensions because of their more exposure to chemicals. You know that they're all now if somebody gets cancer as a policeman, I think it's a policeman, but it's definitely as a fireman, it's considered an on-the-job thing. You know, it could be just a naturally evolving cancer, but the state is considering it as caused by being on the job. And this is part of the reason. So we got to get rid of these things.
So they're being forced to work with carcinogens that there is no replacement for.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty
That
bad.
sounds,
Wonder what they do in California.
Yeah. Yeah.
See,
Yeah, I wish Cox
they
would
put
stay.
warning labels
I
on
know,
it.
you get warning
Yeah,
labels on
you just
all
have
kinds
to tear
of stuff.
something off before you use a hose or something. I don't know. City manager, is that a potential item that you could possibly look into about, there's got to be other options than our firefighters working with, you know, known dangerous substances that they're coming in contact with, that doesn't sit right on any
Yeah,
level.
I will look into that further, but it's more of an issue in South Florida where, you know, you have larger operations and more incidents. So I don't think it's as much of an issue here as it is there, but that's what's driving the conversation. So yes, we can look into options and what our situation is.
There has to be options.
I don't know, from what, you know, and again, they were pushing this, so I'm only going to get, I guess, one side of the story, so. But it sure sounds scary. I did the ethics training, so I'm all ethical now.
Sure.
Attended a couple of workshops on the use of social media and on the American Rescue Plan and working well, which we could have done this workshop, council manager relations. And that's it.
Okay, Commissioner Phillips.
Just a couple of things. Are we going to be doing anything for September 11th? It's the 20-year anniversary. Will that be discussed?
Every year, Jane, help me, their name just went out of my head.
The Knights of Columbus.
There you go, Knights of
Columbus have filed a
Yeah.
application.
They do
They do
something.
a procession, they do start at the pier, walk out to the end of the pier, and they have a ceremony and a wreath throwing of the pier, and then they do a procession back to Santa Maria del Mar. So we've
Okay.
already-
It's quite a lovely.
We've already gotten the permits from FDOT for the procession back, and we've got posters out. They should already be out over at the pier, letting the fishermen know, because we do close the pier.
Okay.
We've had instances in the past where they weren't very respectful of the ceremony, so we've decided to close it to fishing for that.
Okay. And Penny, do you know the time? There's a reason why I'm asking what time.
I can email off the top of my head. Let me see if it's in my.
Early.
It's usually
in the
Yeah,
morning,
it's
typically.
in that 8 to
Usually
8:30
at 8.
timeframe that it
Oh, okay,
starts,
that's
yeah.
perfect.
I'll email you it.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, on Saturday, our Park Enhancement Committee will be at Flagler Strong's event in Veterans Park. On the committee is Miss Shelley Bowen, as well as Chuck Salvo. Everybody's kind of been tasked with something to do for this committee. Mr. Salvo's looking for somebody to sponsor us and hopefully potentially give us a few dollars as well. He's talking to the Rotary, he's talked to Jamie at Beachfront, so we're just kind of waiting for a little bit more information on that. So we're going to be educating people on what we're going to be doing at Wickline over the course of the year. And then on September 11th, that's the reason I asked, I'm going to be having kind of like a kids' corner over at Sunbros Cafe to have each child kind of plan out what they want to see in a park. So Sydney, I've asked Sydney and she's gonna be attending. I've got a bunch of 7, 8, 9-year-olds that are coming as well. Yeah, Mel's definitely gonna be there. And, I have books from different park companies for them to look at, just because it'll be their park, not, you know, us old folks' park. So I want to engage, you know, people that live in the community, children.
Right.
Jane gave me a book that she picked up at
Yes, I
a
got
vendor, and I put it in your box.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it. So great. So more to come on that. And I
Commissioner
think,
Phillips?
Yeah.
Just one comment on that. A potential suggestion, I know we are coming up on time to do another Kids Town Hall.
Just thinking
Oh, fantastic.
It's probably overdue.
Okay.
And it's been a long time, and those are always a very, very big hit. And not to take anything away from the events you're doing, but the perfect platform for that would, you know, potentially be you and the mayor trying to tie that together.
Love that.
And actually have a kids' town hall,
Kids'
and
town
that could be one of the topics.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
and
as
They
a
could
suggestion.
present.
Yeah, that would,
Right.
yeah, they could present what they're.
Make it an
looking
agenda
for in the
item
park.
for them.
Exactly.
Those are huge attendance and always positive feedback. They're very well received.
Okay. So,
And I also had the teachers from back to school already asking about that.
Yeah, the
as
kids
well.
really get geared, and the
Mhm.
teachers.
Oh, I didn't realize we did that, so that's wonderful.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
the
we'll
kids
talk.
come, they draw poster boards, illustrations, you know.
They had
it's-
kids from Old Kings that used terminology about oceanography that I had no idea what they were saying.
Oh, that's awesome.
It is a great event.
Okay. Mayor, I'll give you a buzz.
Perfect.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, I don't have anything, city manager.
Well, does the city attorney have anything?
Oh, is he first?
Nothing other than a general thank you for letting me sit in for Drew tonight, and I just want to apologize
thank you for
again,
being
Commissioner
here.
Mealy, for interrupting you when you were on the dais. I apologize, but it's always a pleasure to be here.
We, Patrick, we forgot something on,
Quasi judicial?
yes, sir.
Okay, so I talked to the city manager about it while you were doing, but when we come back to you with the ordinance for the rule change, you talked about moving public comment around. One of my suggestions, and it's not a substantive change, so it has nothing to do with the vote you took, is to just have the agenda, when Penny makes the agenda, if you have a quasi judicial item, like if you have a land use, a zoning change, something like that on there, that the agenda simply reflect that. So you know going in before the hearing that it's quasi judicial. And that'll help you know, because you sit as judges when you do those hearings, the rules are a little different. So just so you have it, you know, right there, bright and bold, it's quasi judicial. That was the only other thing, I believe.
And we will incorporate covering ex parte communication as part of that, as part of the quasi judicial, to make sure that is a step incorporated into there. Because it's all,
Drew usually asks you when we open up one.
if he's aware of something, yeah.
Yes, and it'll just be a reminder so that everybody knows about it, so they can raise it in case we don't know of it beforehand.
Right, it would just start off with, you know, a simple question, like, in TDC does this, and a lot of other boards do it, where you just say, you know, is there anybody that needs to disclose ex parte communication? That's all.
Okay, we're ready to proceed?
As long as Patrick's done.
I'm
Sorry, Patrick, I skipped over you, I was going out of order.
No problem at all, thank you.
All right. Hopefully this will be very quick. I delivered a report to the commission about the Veterans Memorial, gave you some options on what you might consider doing, given your discussion about the replacement of the memorial. So I'm open to whatever approach you want to take on that, and that's my first item. And then after that, I've got a few other quick things to talk about.
I have a comment.
Commissioner Bryan.
Yeah, I spoke to the city manager about this earlier today, and I mean, I'll go with whatever the board wants, but I just have some heartburn with moving the monument. Monuments are what they are. They're there for a purpose, and they memorialize, in this particular case here, the veterans. And it's been a long-standing piece right there in the Veterans Park. One of the recommendations that I had was to leave it there and to place the new monument over on the other side of it, and it could actually be there in memory of and in honor of fallen veterans as well as their families. And we can generate whatever language we want in order to do that. But I think it's important to, and as a veteran, disabled veteran, I certainly do respect veterans, disabled veterans, and fallen veterans, and certainly the families that support them, because there are a lot of families that are still suffering from their loved ones having made the ultimate sacrifice. So that being the case, that's just one of the recommendations I'd like to have, is to leave it there and then also add another one, either on the other side or something that is adjacent to it, to place it in a way that looks nice, but it also gives people an opportunity to memorialize the families and the fallen veterans.
I would, I have a lot of heartburn about, I don't like the term messing with it. That's not good terminology, but I don't like the term messing with a memorial. I am big on, there's a lot of energy and everything that has been put into that by all the folks that have visited and interacted with that memorial. I also have heartburn with moving it. I think there's nothing wrong with bringing in a new one or adding to or anything like that. I do have a lot of heartburn with just touching something that is that important and that so many people have, in fact, put pieces of them into that indirectly, if that makes any sense. That's just my 2 cents.
And, all along, I haven't been so in favor of getting a new memorial. I made my speech several times about how it's an old memorial so it looks old. So I kind of like this idea now that we have decided to get a new one, that it be close by, the new one be placed somewhere and the old one
Stays.
stays.
I'm fine with that as well.
Commissioner Bellinger.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this, and I talked to the city manager today a bit about it and got the exact terminology from the one that's there, and it does say something about the Memorial Park. So moving it to another space just doesn't make sense.
Oh, it says Memorial Park on it.
Yeah, it says Veterans.
Veterans Memorial Park is on the stone.
I've got a photo of it and I'll read it to you.
You're absolutely right. It wouldn't make sense to move it.
It says Veterans Memorial Park, Flagler Beach, in honor of veterans of all wars.
So in that case, I'm in agreement to leave it in place where it is. However, the idea was to have, maybe we can make another flower bed directly adjacent to that. In that same area where we have our gatherings, and maybe have some sort of, now of course, I'll have to speak with the contributors of the money for the monument, and maybe we can have some kind of little, get some feedback from people as to what, we don't have to put the exact same language on it. We may alter the thought to some degree, but still be honoring veterans. So that's been my thought here most recently. But once I realized that it actually says park on it, that it belongs there, not moving it to another location. So, and it wouldn't make sense to move it and put another one there. That's my suggestion, to put it directly adjacent, in the same proximity as the other, create a little flower bed around that, very similar to the other, and get a consensus amongst veterans, what would be a good inscription to put on it.
That's what I was just thinking, because there are a lot of veterans. I mean, we all know a lot of guys and women that died. They paid the ultimate sacrifice. And the families, many are still suffering So that would be, to some degree, an honor to memorialize not only the fallen, but also the families that have supported them and throughout all the wars. But I mean, we can have veterans or whomever come up with whatever language they think is appropriate for
I
it.
think that's a better thing.
I'd be glad to work with that effort. I know myself, I'm a son of a veteran, and our family suffered because my father went to Vietnam 4 times. And he never came back really the same. And so I would be honored to work with the commissioner and come up with the right language that would be appropriate, and then we'll find a good place for it and we'll go forward.
That's great.
Good. Sounds like a plan.
We get to
Awesome.
grow
Right.
Veterans Park.
So we have a consensus. You got a consensus, city manager?
Good.
And we'll have something relatively new and sparkly and attract attention and won't feel so embarrassed by one that you can't read. But I get it, you know, there's monuments all over the world that you can't read, I guess, over time.
Yeah, you got something there
But that
to
doesn't
make
mean,
everybody proud, and then you have something to honor what was there and has always been there.
But I mean,
and it still may be that it can get cleaned up better than it is. So.
I mean, my hat's off
always
to
an
you
option.
for actually getting the funds for another one. I mean, that was a huge accomplishment. I mean, you went out there on, what was it?
A day.
One day and raised over $5,000 for
Couple
Yeah,
hours.
it was like 2 hours.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome. I'm gonna get you on my fundraising
Right.
project.
All right, so the next item I have is, as you know, Tico Gas is entering our market, and we certainly have a lot of citizens that are interested in that service, and they're a very good company. They've just made some very bad mistakes in their entry, and in fact, we had a meeting with the management of the company, and Penny took minutes. And I've sent those minutes out to you, and the message was sent to them very loud and very clear that I refuse to let the burden of their mistakes fall on our utility and citizens that are paying the bills over here. They've done damage to our utility system to the tune of around $150,000. And apparently, because of COVID, the passage of Larry, the fact that our city engineer left the staff, a claim was never filed. And I'm not going to sit still for that, and I'm going to file the claim, and I've already spoken to the city attorney's office. And one thing they don't understand about dealing with me is that I don't give up, and I won't shut up until we get paid. So they can be a big old gas company and come offer us all the service they want, which we welcome. But on the other side, they need to pay for any errors that, caused us expense. So that's the approach that I've taken, and I'm assuming the commission would be supportive of that. And that's where we are with that. And I have minutes of the meeting if anybody's interested. I think we forwarded those out to everyone.
I just did it because when I sent it to everyone else, I forgot to include them, so I just sent them to you just a second.
Okay, all right, good. No worries. So.
Is this something that there needs to be a consideration on, like a stop on some of this until these things are resolved?
I actually had stopped all permits until we had this meeting, and that really got their attention, and I must have had 4 or 5 of their managers in the room. And I told them that I would continue, I would lift my, stoppage of the permits if they behave themselves and we move forward with these claims. But the minute that, we have more bad behavior or more mistakes and errors that cost us problems, well, then we would go from there. And they have a franchise agreement with us, and the rules are clear about following our permits. And that was where the problem started, was they did not follow our permit process, and they did not, get the appropriate locates or follow the locates that they had been given. So those are the issues that we're dealing with at the staff level, and I feel comfortable that we're going to be in good shape.
Great. Yeah, I know when they first came to town and they were working on the other side of the bridge.
Palm Drive.
Like, nobody knew that, just all of a sudden they were there.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
So I think we have an understanding now.
I'd say you got their attention.
Yeah, I did.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Bryan.
If the city manager's finished, I just had one item that I forgot, and I just want to bring it to your attention because, in full disclosure, I live on this street, but I was reading the Meade Hunt technical memo, and we have some serious issues on there because individuals on Palm Drive brought it to my attention. Because what they've indicated on this particular thing here is that Custer's Palm Harbor subdivision, this is a private subdivision with privately owned streets and stormwater system. And there are stormwater issues on Palm Drive that have been brought to the city's attention numerous times. And based on the review that they have here, it's not being addressed, and they're claiming that the homeowner association within that particular subdivision is responsible for it. However, there is no homeowner association. And I have a large booklet over here from the minutes of 1993 and 95 when the city commissioners at that time wrote it off and said they were taking responsibility. So that's an issue that we're going to have to look at in the future.
Yeah, that was the next item on my report, was that there are not only that issue, but other issues with drainage around the community. And one of the things that's happening with all the rain, I think I've provided you not only the Meade Hunt report, but I think I've also sent some other reports showing the amount of rainfall that we received and the amount of I&I, and for the public, that means inflow and infiltration into our system. And what that means is our wastewater treatment plant capacity is about 1 million gallons, and we're treating close to 1 million gallons, if not more, in rainwater. So it tells you that even with the slip lining of effort we've had, we're still way behind in doing some things to prevent the penetration of our system. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the groundwater table is up because of the rain. And then you have the coastal tidal interaction, and then on top of that you have sea level rise. And so all of these things are combining to make a very complex situation. And I've asked David to stay late tonight. Thank you, David. And hear this conversation, because not only do we have to address issues such as Commissioner Bryan brought up about past mistakes with, who has responsibility for drainage ponds and different issues like that, we have the complications of sea level rise, and what are we going to do about that? And so there's going to be a lot of effort and a lot of time from myself and the staff on what do we do about this? Because our traditional approaches aren't going to work. The groundwater is up, and it's not going to subside if the rain continues and the sea level rise continues and the tidal action continues. So we may have to look at new solutions, like maybe we look to models like New Orleans with pumps to get the water collected and then discharge it at a time when the receiving waters can take it. And that's going to take a lot of coordination with our regulatory agencies. Florida isn't used to doing things like that. It's more about water quality as opposed to water quantity. Well, we have both issues. We have water quality issues and water quantity issues. So I just wanted to report kind of the tip of the and I just really wanted you to understand that we're talking about a very complex area. And I'll just wrap it up by saying that I've asked Meade Hunt and other engineers we are working with, And by the way, David and his group are doing a fantastic job of what grants are available, what kind of new federal money is going to be available to help us solve these problems, because it's going to be larger than our budget can absorb. So there was a window open up in July. We submitted grant applications, and I appreciate your allowing me to do that, because I don't know what kinds of matches we're going to look at. This is all charting new waters, pardon the pun. And then we have another window that's going to be opening up in September. We're working on a sea level rise grant there, and I mentioned we were coordinating with Beverly Beach as well on that. And then you have another window opening up in January. So we're going to be very active in the grant field to try to begin capturing dollars to address these issues, but we have to put together studies and plans and analysis and have some a lot more community outreach on this, because there's all kinds of issues like what you bring up, Commissioner, in addition to the complications that are happening on the ground that we see. So with all due respect to the folks that think fire trucks are my most important issue, I beg to differ, they're not. This is very serious stuff. It's complicated, and it's going to take a lot of time and money to address. And that doesn't count the infrastructure bill that Congress just passed. So there's multiple pots of money we need to pay attention to. We have to put together plans, and we have to come up with new techniques and new technologies to address these things, because the older methods and ways aren't probably going to get the job done. So I just wanted to just kind of share that so you understood the overall operating environment that we're having to deal with here. My last comment is that we have budget workshop number 2. I got your package pulled together by the end of Monday, so you've had it for a little while. Please look at it over the weekend when you're not busy. And I guess we'll meet again on the 24th. Got everything. We left the budget, because you set the tentative millage rate, you can set it high, and we knew it was high, at 5.8. Well, I was able to get my pen out and work with the staff, and we're down to 5.5. We can go lower, but we're going to have to work together, and we're going to have to take into account, are there other expenses that maybe, we're considering now that we missed, because we didn't know we were going to do New Year's fireworks or whatever. So we'll have those conversations on the 24th, fine-tune it, and then that will be rolled into our first reading of the budget ordinance on September 9. And then once we get past that, then second budget reading is September 23rd, and that's where we'll put any kind of action on the fire truck at that point, because the budget will be done.
Are you serving dinner at this workshop?
I have lots of crackers and soda in my office.
All right. Well, I expect we may need them by the time we get
That's what I operate on.
Hey, I bring snacks.
Okay, bring lots for the budget workshop.
You just remember the last one, so hopefully we plan our time accordingly.
Right. Well, hopefully the package I put together was pretty thorough, and you could see what changes were made. And if you want to make additional changes, that's what we want to talk about, is just additional changes. Unless you want to go back through the detail, it should be all self-explanatory.
Do not underestimate our ability to hold long meetings.
And then we have a special meeting after that.
Yes, and that was, and I don't want to steal Penny's thunder, but that was all predicated on the insurance, the health insurance. That was one of the ways we lowered the millage rate, was we shopped around and found a way to lower the health insurance costs from the original proposal was a 9% health insurance premium cost increase. We're at 3.8% now. So we were able, and that's a lot. I mean, that's a big number. So.
But for health insurance increases, it's amazing.
Yeah. So 3.8% versus 9. That's how we were able to lower some costs. And so we've been working hard at it, and we have to be able to set the contracts in motion for that and do the open enrollment. And that's why we had to go on the 24th for the special meeting.
Did you have anything specific you wanted to cover in these?
Not unless you had questions, and I do have Nita Hunt here to answer those, but I just tried to give you a global overview of the situation that was happening with the stormwater.
Commissioner Bellhammer, did you?
Yeah, I've kind of looked at this, your study. And Palm Island is Palm Circle, I'm assuming? Okay. One thing I've asked about was the South Flagler project. And there's, in the 1200 block, directly across from the pond, there's, that entire block only has, I think, 2 driveways. So they're the only 2 trench drains that there are. But then all the other houses have rear entry garages. So they built little bridges for across the
Here's a swale.
this is more than a swale because they're dug pretty deep through that section. But they left one house out. So I think somebody messed up when they drew that project up, and now this person has no access to the street other than to go through the neighbor's yard and or driveway. So I think that's something that was a design flaw, and it's not fair to the person that doesn't have access to their mailbox. It's 1205 South Flag. All the other streets that have rear entry garages have a little bridge or whatever you want to call it across. Now, most of that other houses have a concrete sidewalk that comes down and meets it. All but this one and another one don't have a sidewalk, but the other one still has the walkover so you can get to the other side of the ditch. And during periods of, high water table, there's no way you can walk across there. I mean, if you were running 50 miles an hour and jumped, you still wouldn't make it. But I just, I thought that might be something that needs to get looked at. And the other thing I was, and I don't know what part of what stormwater project it was, or if it was the retention area in front of the police station, that apron that goes back to the fuel depot has a dip in it like this. And then, of course, the dirt's high on both sides, or sand. There is no such thing as dirt around here. So the water gets in that dip and it stays there for days on end. So I'll just, maybe there's some way we can drain that driveway apron into a retention area or get it out of that driveway. Okay. I figured as long as he made you stay, might as well give you a couple little notes.
Yeah, and then prepared to answer anything else, questions you had on this report. This was a specific report that we were directed to look at a number of things, but not do things, so it's not all inclusive.
I understand that. I understand that, but there were, that one on South Flagler really kind of, somebody screwed up there.
And I might add that David and his firm are doing a great job. They're, kind of changing from Larry's regime and the staffing we had there over to my style, and he's still here, so that's good.
Well, he's been our go-to guy for how long? Decade or more?
Well, Commissioner Mealy has a question for you, too.
Yeah, as long as
You covered yours, right?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Ken brought up, this is from Ken's neighborhood, and Ken brought up something, but the way this is worded, it's Custer, Palm Harbor. Um,
It's on page
The way
6.
this is worded, it seems like the flooding is not going to be an issue until they build the gardens, but there's
Exactly.
flooding there now.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and that's one, as I mentioned before, we're giving some specific guidelines as part of this. So what we were asked to do is look at the gardens development and see if that would have any impact to Custer's Palm Harbor, which Custer's Palm Harbor, and then I guess there's a Palm Harbor subdivision, plat subdivision to the north as well. So as I'm learning, this was our first exposure to this issue in this area. So we looked at that. The gardens permit, their design, because it's under current regulations, they can't have any discharge greater than what's there now from the natural land. So in the way they're discharging to the wetlands to the east, that we don't see it impacting Custer Palm Harbor in any way, shape, or form. Not only from a quantity standpoint, because they're discharging less than what it does today, but then also the way it's directed. So that was kind of the gist of the limit of what we're looking at here. What I've learned since then is we have other issues in that area. Water, we got up there, what is it, that pine.
End of pine.
Some issues
Right.
there. So I've learned this since then, since we took this very specific review of this. And what I'm learning too is Custer Palm Harbor, when it was originally platted, was private, but
see what
it's been taken over by the city. So that's what
Yeah, I mean, if you want to come out for a tour, I'll be happy to take you. I'm serious, because, yeah.
We should.
Because a lot of this, we haven't been exposed to and
Right. There are residents that have been out there since its inception, I mean, 25 to 30 years, and they can show you where the erosion of the berms, if you want to call it that, on the southern end of right by the cul-de-sac, the water actually comes right up into one lady's backyard to almost into the pool during, not necessarily just a high tide, but during just regular water.
Right.
So the berms, and here again, we pulled the maps and all that kind of thing there, which I'm sure you have too, but there's a lot of history from the individuals that actually lived there, and that can show you where some of the deficiencies are within it. So, I'd be happy. Commissioner Hanson from the county actually came out and spent about 2 hours with us out there one day. So I'd be happy to take you out there and introduce you to some of the neighbors as well. But I really appreciate it.
all that anecdotal information is very helpful.
Sure. Okay, sure.
Okay.
yeah, and
Are
if
you done?
somebody would keep in touch with the one lady on Pine.
I know her. She walks her dog past my house every day.
I talked to her.
I figured, but,
I
just
talked
so
to
she
her.
knows.
Yeah,
I talked to her.
Yeah, I can't leave the development without seeing somebody, so.
I'm sure.
Are you wrapped up, Penny?
Just a couple of things. The special meeting that was posted in haste, Janelle didn't know that I didn't have signatures collected or it hadn't been asked for in a public meeting, so I had her take it all down. I do need permission for the special meeting to address those insurance issues Mr. Whitson just discussed. And it would be on the 24th, immediately following the budget workshop.
So moved.
Thank you. And the other item I have, I just need a consensus. I'm good with that.
Do we have a consensus, Commissioner?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Valier?
Yeah, I assume it's not going to be a lengthy agenda item, so.
You have a consensus.
The other issue I have is earlier, Roy Matson came up and asked for a special event. Kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't really thinking about it or thinking about, the date he mentioned is Labor Day weekend. We will be busy here already. And the one other thing is you nor Mr. Whitson have authority to waive the fees for special duty police officers per their union agreement.
Right.
You can, as a city, comp that and pay those officers directly, but you can't waive it. And if the safety officers, per your special event ordinance, says that it's required due to the number of people that are in the area, you need to put them out there. So I don't think we have another meeting before that date. it's just something to think about going forward when someone comes to the podium and kind of catches us off guard where we're not, I'm thinking about everything else on the agenda, not.
Yeah, sure.
Even if you ask me directly, my mind's not in special events at that moment,
Sure.
Just something to think of going forward. And if it wasn't, there's no alcohol allowed over there anyway, so that's not an issue. But if it wasn't a holiday weekend, it probably wouldn't be a big deal, but it is.
So what do we?
So we have to discuss whether we want to not waive, but compensate the.
Well, it's one thing, you're either gonna have to pay them, or Mr. Matson's gonna have to pay them out of the funds he raised for Caleb.
And it was for how many hours?
Or he picks a different weekend.
We need to have officers for a fishing tournament?
It's on Labor Day weekend, Eric. I mean.
We don't have officers on the pier on the 4th of July.
Chief, what do you think? I never thought about it. I never thought about them having security.
Yeah, I'm sure the pier's a lot more crowded on the 4th of July and stuff. We don't have officers then.
I have no idea. He didn't submit a special events permit, so I don't know what to base it on. Is there gonna be 50 people? Is there gonna be 500 people?
We don't know.
I can't make an informed decision if I don't have a special events permit.
So we ought to put them all.
That's valid.
Well, I'm gonna call him tomorrow and I'm gonna pin him down on some more information to provide to Matt. And I can update Mr. Whitson and he can tell you that information.
All right.
And the number of officers would be determined by the
It
number of.
wouldn't be tons of them, but it's just, they're short-staffed with workers' comp issues already and it's a holiday.
Mhm.
So, and they're paid, aren't they paid extra on a holiday? I mean, isn't it?
If it's overtime, it's double time and a half.
So.
Just a random question. If they're paying their own entry into the pier, what, does the pier have a maximum number of people? I understand there's a coinciding event, but they are also just patrons having their own event on the pier.
I understand.
Yeah.
But the only time the pier's ever maxed out like that is for things like cheer at the pier, when
Right.
they have a permit and they have safety officers and we're aware of these
Yep.
events going on. I have time to plan for it. So it's just, I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying going forward, these are things that maybe we shouldn't.
We
make a
need to
decision
say.
right then.
I think we should probably talk to them to see if they can move it to the following week.
I'll call him tomorrow and see what, if he's put anything out there already.
I mean, the thing is,
He has.
I mean,
First I heard about it.
Yeah, I
to
think he
try to
has.
have a tournament with a crowded pier like that is gonna be crazy.
We'll see what you can work out with him, and we'll have to be more
Tell Bobby to
mindful.
stay away or else he's gonna get hooked again.
We'll have to be more mindful.
Is that all you have,
Motion
Kenny?
to adjourn.
That's it, yes.
Second.